Это вот новую только что ты прислал, да?
Нет, сейчас еще раз.
Катар, Египет.
Да, прикинь. Egypt. Так, вот последнюю копирую.
Да.
А почему их две?
Первая это сокращенная ссылка. Ну, второй.
Все, начинаем. Начать.
А можешь мне, Влад, ссылку на Бизон скинуть?
Да. Эрик, встраивание поправь.
Есть.
Есть, все. Ссылка. Звук идет? I have the sound. Так, сейчас проверим. So, hello everyone, just let me know if you can hear me, because I see somebody has the sound, somebody no, but finally okay. So just let me send one message for those who doesn't have the sound, and then we will start. Please refresh the page if you cannot hear me. So finally I see that most of participants can hear me, and we can start. So for those who doesn't have any sound, who cannot hear me, I just sent a message to refresh the page, and now we can start. So today we are going to have a live masterclass how to start your own eclair production and produce 1000 eclairs per day. I will translate today Alexander, so he will tell you all information. He will explain everything about eclair production, and I'm going to translate him because he doesn't speak English, but that's not a problem. Our presentation will be completely in English, totally in English, and then little by little I'm going to translate. So before we start, just let's talk a bit. I'm going to tell about myself, Alexander going to tell about himself, and just tell me about yourself a bit. Where are you from, and who are you in professional life? Maybe you're pastry chef, maybe you work at production, maybe you work in hotel, maybe you are home baker, or maybe you do something else and you just want to start eclair making. So just let me know in the chat who are you in your professional life, and then we just check who is here today. So I see we have one home baker. Also, I see that some of the participants work at production. I'm from UK, science teacher, but love baking. So we have, let's say, other options. Professional musician and home baker. Also, I see, yeah, we have a lot of home bakers today. I'm from Pakistan. I'm assistant pastry chef at hotel, so also nice. Egypt, baking. I just discovered my baking passion, so I see someone just started. Trying to launch my own project, so I see here's also we have pastry shop owners, and also I see from Greece one pastry shop owner, production chef. So nice. Let's say we have all types of chef here, home baker here as well, financial manager, and also I see that we have quite a lot of different countries here. And also, please tell me, you have 1 minute to tell me what questions would you like to discuss today and what answers you would like to get during this class and after this class. Because probably if you came here today, probably you have some questions that you would like to know, and just let me know what questions about eclairs you want to discuss today, and then depending on your answers, we will decide how we organize our program for today. So the first question, how to make the perfect choux pastry at home and standard kitchen. Of course, this is, let's say, the biggest question for everybody, how to make perfect eclairs and choux pastry. Any chance this session can be recorded in case we lose connection or miss anything? So I cannot promise, but if we will have possibility to have recorded video, then maybe we will organize it. But for the moment, I can say that try to watch this class until the end, because if we won't have possibility to organize recorded class, because it's live, then it will not be possible to rewatch this class. That's why it's better to try not to go somewhere and focus on this class. And yeah. I see also that you have some question about the glaze, so shiny glaze for eclairs, steps and tricks for making eclairs. Will we receive a tips guide? Of course. Is it possible to enlarge the screen? So just because we have a presentation, we will keep this small screen as it is, and then because presentation is more important, that's why we'll keep it like this. How to get the top of eclair without cracks? So most of the questions are about perfect eclair. So let's see next slide. And before we start, so I'm going to tell you what questions are we going to discuss today, and you will see full program of our class today. So the class duration is going to be approximately 3 hours, and let me show you what we're going to discuss today. So first, we're going to discuss eclairs and choux pastry, and we're going to discuss product assortment for your shop. So if you're already selling eclairs, or you would like to start to make and then sell eclairs, we're going to discuss what product range you should have, and generally what kinds of eclair we have. Then we will also discuss packaging types. So we're going to talk a lot about packaging, because usually when people make eclairs, they don't care much about packaging. They care a lot about eclairs, how it looks like, taste, which is good, but also we need to talk about packaging because it's really important. And we will discuss how to make your own packaging, where to make it, and yeah, let's say we will discuss all steps from 0 until the end for your own packaging. Did you say the lesson is 3 hours? Yes, the lesson is approximately 3 hours. Depending how many questions we will have from you, it's going to be at least 2 hours and maximum 3 hours, but then we will see. Next, we're going to discuss where to sell and how to price your product. Product, I mean eclairs, because Alexander, he has his own pastry shop. And he sells a lot of eclairs. We're going to discuss how to sell, where to sell, and we're going to discuss also food cost and pricing for your products. Next questions, we're going to discuss main problems and mistakes during production organization. I mean, before you start eclair making, you need to organize your production, and we're going to discuss all, let's say, mistakes or all problems that you can meet. So like this, we will help you to avoid these mistakes in the future, because the biggest problem is to organize your production. Then we're going to make a presentation of online course Flashland, because Alexander, he just made his own online course about eclairs, and we would like to tell you about this course. We would like to make presentation of this online course, and also we will also make for you special offer for this class. So because for all live class participants we have special offers. So first of all, we will make online course Flashland presentation, and then we will give you special offer for this course. Let's see, next step. After this, we're going to discuss main equipment for eclair production. So we're going to talk about ovens, mixers, piping machines, or about hand piping. So we're going to discuss all main equipment that we use in eclair production. So because it's very important, we're going to discuss the difference between ovens, and we're going to discuss difference between planetary mixer for small production, like for home production, and we're going to discuss the difference between big production mixer. So this is, we will see right after presentation. Last question that we're going to discuss today, we're going to discuss main ingredients for choux pastry, because we're from different countries. We have different ingredients, and it's very important to know how each ingredient will work, and yeah, we will discuss one by one the most important ingredients in choux pastry for your perfect and smooth eclairs. Then last step is bonuses, and what bonuses you will see a bit later, but at the end of the class you will receive quite a lot of bonuses. And at the end of this class today, we're going to answer all questions. So I see that you are sending a lot of questions in the chat. All these questions, Alexander going to answer one by one, and I'm going to translate. But this is going to be at the end of this class, so it will be approximately 30 minutes. So for question and answer, we will spend approximately from 10 until 30 minutes, depending how many questions do we have. If we have a lot of questions, we will spend 30 minutes, don't worry. But we will answer all questions that you have today at the end of this class. So let's see next slide. As I said, at the end of the class, we have quite a lot of bonuses. And if you watch this class until the end, we're going to send you, send you PDF file with food cost and calculation. So like this, with this file, you will receive step-by-step instruction how to calculate food cost for your eclairs and how to, let's say, calculate right price for your final product. So like this, if you sell eclairs, you will know how to make right price and not to make your eclair too expensive or too cheap. So like this, it will help you a lot. Of course, you will get all recommendations and answers, because at the end of the class we will answer all questions. Also, we will send you free video lesson and recipe from online course Flashland. So it's going to be one full eclair recipe and one video lesson from the course. And also we have one, let's say, secret bonus for all participants of the live class, which you will receive at the end. So what you won't see in this class, so we will not see theoretical knowledge and content. What I mean by that, I mean that Alexander, he is a real chef from real production, and he has real pastry shop. So like this, all knowledge and all things that he will tell you today, it's only practical knowledge, it's only practical things, which he tried already with his production, so which is good for you. All things that he will tell you, he already tested, and he's sure that it 100% works without any mistakes. Then, of course, we will not have today magic pills, and you need to understand that eclair is quite complicated product, and to make perfect eclairs, you will need some practice. So that's why there is no magic pill which can make your perfect eclair. So that's why we don't have any magic here. And also, we're not, just because we have quite a lot of participants, we're not able to make to do deep personal work with each participant. So we will answer all questions, but as I said, at the end of the class, and we will not be able to work separately with each participant. So that's why we will try to answer all questions, to discuss everything, but just physically we're not able to make deep personal work. I mean, really deep personal work with each participant. But finally, I'm sure that you will receive all answers for your questions. And last steps before we start. Duration, as I said, more or less 2 hours. So if we will have a lot of questions and a lot of things to discuss, it will be approximately 3 hours. If not, we will have approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes, more or less. And then, as we said, this is live translation, and it's better to watch from start until the end, because we cannot promise that we will have recorded class, and yeah, that's why better to watch from start until the end. We have little connection delay. It's approximately 30 seconds. Means if I say something, for example, I see your question, then I start to answer your question, and then you will see it only in 30 seconds. So that's why we have little connection delay, but that's normal during live translation. Also, as a recommendation, I would tell you write all information that we say, because we will not be able to send presentation, but just write all information that we tell you today. And as I said, watch the class until the end, because I see the question why there won't be recording video, just because during the live translation, so we connect all things, we connect laptop, we connect camera, we connect everything, and for now we're not able to make a recorded class. So that's why it's better to watch from start until the end. Then last question. Don't send spam in the chat. But so I see we don't have any spam in the chat, so that's why I think it will not be a problem at all. So, to make sure that this class will be 100% useful for you, just turn off your phone. Ask everyone not to disturb you if it's possible, because like this you will be focused on this class. Be 100% involved, as I always say, because it's very important to ask all questions that you have. Like this, we can answer your question, because if you're, let's say, if you have a question but you don't want to send this in the chat, probably nobody will do it. So just be involved, send questions, be open. We will answer all questions. So just be active. Also be ready to accept new things, like new knowledge is always new possibilities, and there are people who say that I'm not ready to start something because I don't know, I don't want to check equipment, or it's too difficult for me, or something else. Just be open, because when you do something new, of course you need some practice, but if you are ready for new knowledge, for new things, then of course you will have new possibilities in your professional life. And about your questions, just if you have any question, write all of them, and at the end of this class we're going to discuss one by one all questions, because I will scroll up and then I will check what questions do we have, and then we will discuss all questions one by one. And once again, watch the class from the beginning until the end. I said it 100 times already. And let me introduce finally Alexander, because so Alexander, he is from Vladivostok. He is owner of eclair shop Вспышка, and so let me tell him to introduce himself. В общем, начинаем твою часть наконец-то. Просто представься, скажи, чем ты занимаешься. Я уже сказал, что ты с Владивостока, и что ты шеф и владелец кондитерской «Вспышка», но просто вот расскажи о себе кратко, вот кто ты, чем ты занимаешься, откуда, что вы делаете в кондитерской, и вот, в общем-то, просто такую краткую сводку.
Итак, всем привет, меня зовут Александр Донсков, я из Владивостока, это на востоке России, очень далеко. И у нас в нашем городе в 2015 году открылась первая кондитерская по производству эклеров монопродукта. И мы на данный момент имеем уже 3 бутика, где мы реализуем нашу продукцию. Вот, начинали мы с одного заведения и в дальнейшем уже по мере возрастания спроса расширяли производство, также открывали новые точки продаж. Вот, мы производимся на производстве помимо эклеров различные пирожные, также небольшой ассортимент тортов, и стараемся делать это качественно, интересно для наших покупателей.
So, as I said, he's from Vladivostok. This is one city in Russia which is very far from Moscow. Already over 7 years they have their production, and so he works at his own production, and he has a few shops in Vladivostok. So it's all about eclairs. So they do, let's say 90% of their products, it's only eclairs. They sell eclairs, and they have already 3 shops. And during this time, he made more than 1,500,000 eclairs during 7 years. And the rest, I mean 10% of other products, they do a bit of individual cakes. They do a bit of like normal cakes to have a bit of different assortment for their product range. And now I'm going to ask him how he discovered this product, because he started, let's say, really long time ago. and then he will tell you his story about eclairs, how he started with choux pastry. Расскажи о том, как ты начинал с эклерами, то есть это вот когда началось в 2014 году, когда только вот именно первые шаги и вот по, так скажем, сегодняшний день, как это все происходило. Ну,
Поэтапно, да, с чего начиналось,
да.
собственно, к чему пришли. Хорошо. Начинали мы более 7 лет назад, вернее, я начинал. Все начиналось с домашней духовки. До этого были заказы на торты, различные там кондитерские изделия. Вот, было много учебы, помимо этого. Совмещать приходилось, опять же, и учебу, и много заказов, которые постепенно все увеличивались. Вот, ну и тем самым появлялись постепенно мысли насчет того, что пора как-то уже переходить с домашней духовки на что-то более профессиональное. Тем более спрос постоянно рос, и уже домашние условия они не позволяли как-то реализовывать все свои амбиции, помимо того, что уже производить тот объем продукции, который требовался. Вот, поэтому спустя чуть меньше года домашнего, так назовем, производства, мы открыли первую нашу точку в центре города и, соответственно, там же на месте производили небольшую часть нашей продукции. Небольшую часть, потому что на начало открытия магазин был маленький, и особо о нас никто не знал, потому что на тот период в городе были кондитерские, но та локация, где мы находились, вернее, где мы открылись, она была неизвестна, новая, и поэтому, можно сказать, это такое двойное было испытание, помимо того, что мы открыли полноценное кафе, новая для нас такая история, и еще нам приходилось раскачивать именно потребительский спрос на неизвестной локации. Вот, но тем не менее мы справились, и вот спустя практически год мы открыли наш цех первый, отдельный, порядка 40 квадратов. Тоже начинали брать еще сотрудников, и по мере поступления и возрастания спроса мы также начали разрастаться, расширять свой штат и в дальнейшем производство. То есть через год мы уже стали в 2 раза больше, но по-прежнему с одной точкой флагманской. И через 3 года мы открываем большой цех в 320 квадратов, хорошо оборудованный, да, уже с довольно большим количеством персонала, специалистов в нашем производстве. И открываем вторую точку в торговом центре, потому что спрос и аудитория расширялась, и одной локации в центре даже города было мало. Поэтому мы уже по району начали смотреть и открывать в той локации, где мы видели смысл. Соответственно, спустя еще несколько месяцев открылась третья наша точка, тоже в новом пространстве в городе, где мы по сей день работаем. То есть все 3 точки функционируют и, в принципе, пользуются большим спросом. К нам приезжает много людей из различных городов России, в том числе из-за границы. Вот, и буквально до всей этой истории с коронавирусом был очень большой туристический поток из Азии, в частности из Южной Кореи и Японии. Вот, то есть сейчас на данный момент мы в основном работаем с русской аудиторией, но также есть туристы, которые периодически заезжают из-за границы.
So, let me translate everything. So, how he started? Actually, he also started from home. It was in 2014. At this time, he was making not eclairs. He was making different pastries. So for friends or for, let's say, some orders, and then he, let's say, discovered this product, eclairs, and little by little he started to check all information, to do some tests. Let's say he started to do first steps for eclairs, and then as soon as he, let's say, started to make this product, he just got the idea to focus only on one product, because at that time in Russia we didn't have at all any shop with eclairs only, because we had a lot of, let's say, pastry shops where people mostly they were selling cakes, but not eclairs. And then he got the idea to focus on this product, and this is how he started to make eclairs only. Also, before he started, he didn't visit at that time. He didn't visit any classes or anything. He started to do some tests, and he realized that it's, let's say, it was quite difficult to do everything without experience. And then he started little by little to take different classes. Most of the classes, it was pastry classes, not eclair classes, because we didn't have like 6 years ago we didn't have any classes about eclairs. So most of the classes, they were about pastry or chocolate, but more or less it helped him to let's say to start, and as soon as he had the basic knowledge, then little by little, let's say, it started to be better, and approximately 1 year later, they opened, he and his friends, they opened his first production. It was 40 square meters approximately, and they started to make eclairs at production. So they moved from home to production. They started to make it at production, and what they realized, that people like this product, and every day they started to produce more and more. And 1 year after, they already were not able to produce eclairs at this small production, and they took bigger place to move and to produce more eclairs. So this is how they started to grow up. Yeah, this is their first shop. Let me show you some pictures. So yeah, from the first shop. But let's say this is short story just to introduce himself. We will tell you about this shop and this production more, but a bit later. So we're going to discuss production and Вспышка shop. The name of this shop is Вспышка, and yeah, we're going to discuss it more a bit later. For now, just let me know where are you from, how old are you. Just once again, because I see new people connected here. So for those who didn't connect before, who didn't answer this question, just let me know where are you from, how old are you, and what you are doing in your professional life. Because we asked this question already, but yeah, I see new people connecting, let's say, every minute, and probably we have some of the people who didn't answer this question. Or if you didn't answer for the first time, please answer now, because for us it's very important to know who you are. Just because home baker, for example, can have one question about eclairs production. So let's say professional pastry chef who work at production, he will have completely different questions. So that's why for us it's important to know where are you from, who are you in professional life, and just to know maybe how old are you. So I see we have some answers. So I see one more home baker. I see one pastry chef. I see few more answers in the chat. Home baker trying to make it professional, of course. Portugal, chocolate artisan. Because, for example, here we have one person who worked at chocolate production, but also probably wants to start eclairs. Home baker from London, Abu Dhabi, bakery chef, Ecuador, with my own eclair shop soon, of course. And we have probably two more answers. So let's check them and then we will go forward. So I see one more pastry chef, Romania, restaurant owner, and also chef, home baker. So, and also I see that we have, as for example, Alexander, he started at home, but then he moved to a professional area. I also see people who work at home now and who wants to, let's say, move to professional production, who want probably open pastry shop, maybe production, or maybe just move from home to somebody's production and work somewhere. Yeah, which is nice. And also, please tell me, did you try already to make eclairs or choux pastry? And let me know, was it successful or was it so-so? Because when we're talking about eclairs, probably many of you tried already to make eclairs, but how many person do we have? How many people do we have here who made it successfully? Who can do really smooth and perfect eclairs? Or was it like 50-50, as we say? 48, 47, chocolate work. So I see one person who has successful result, second also successful. Success, I only got to make in pastry school. Still after 1 year can't make it perfect. Successful finally, took a long time. Tried but pastry didn't rise. Not satisfied, it was okay. Never made it, didn't try yet. So we have different, we have some chefs with successful results. We have chefs who never made eclairs, and we also have like 50-50, not satisfied. So let's see next slide. Just please tell me, why are you here? Why you came for this class? Because we may have people who visit the class just, let's say, I know this information just for myself and I will not use it in my life for production. Or maybe you are thinking to start your eclair production, or maybe you are searching for information about eclairs because you want to reach a perfect result as soon as possible. Maybe you are a pastry student and you would like to learn new skills, because we always grow up as professional. For example, today you learn chocolate, then tomorrow you learn eclairs, then day after tomorrow you would like to learn croissants or something else. Or maybe you are looking for course or consultation, or maybe write your own answer like other, if you came here for, let's say, other reason. So new and different knowledge always good. To learn more about eclair, especially from operation perspective. I know how it works, but the only basic, and so you would like to know more. To become good at making eclairs for family and friends, but want them perfect, and then hopefully sell from home. Also, why not? Learn more new things from your products. But also, could you tell me if you're going to sell? If you're going to sell these eclairs, are you going to sell them from home, or are you going to sell them from the shop or something else? Because it's good to know how to make eclairs, but also what are you going to do after? So what you're going to do with the ready-made product? Are you going to sell it, or are you going to eat it, or something else? So it's also very important, let's say, question. So I see learn more new things, learn to start successful home business selling eclairs. So I see already there are people who wants to sell it from the shop. Of course, I wish to start my own business, not eclair based, but I wish to get better insights into them. Extra knowledge is always good. Also, yes, would love to learn new skills and make shop in the future, so which is nice. And after this question, this is the last question. Right after this, we're going to start discussing eclair assortment for your shop. So that's why I asked what you would like to do with ready-made product. Are you going to sell it or anything else? So that's why, yeah. That's why I prepare you before our next step. So I see some of the people would like to sell from home. Some of the chefs, they have their shop and they would like to sell from the shop. But is there any chef person who would like to make 100% eclair production, or you would like to, let's say, make your product range a bit bigger, and maybe you are selling cakes and you would like to sell also eclairs, or you would like to open your, let's say, 100% eclair production. So what about this? Eclairs only, I see. Because, for example, Alexander, he has like 90% of the product, it's all about eclairs and choux pastry, and only 10% they sell a bit of tarts, cakes and individual cakes. Tarts and eclairs. I love the idea of products specialty. I tried with another kind of pastry like cakes and went bad, so also in my country a lot of pastry shop, but any eclair shop. So I want people know this very interesting and delicious product. Okay. Sounds good, mono products. So also we have different people. Now let's, I will let Alexander to tell you about eclair, let's say, product assortment for your shop. If you would like to sell eclairs, then you will need kind of assortment, I mean product range. So I will let him to tell you about eclairs, about their kinds, and he will tell you why eclairs is the best product for selling, because he does it every day. And let's start. Расскажи, пожалуйста, во-первых, почему эклеры это такой, так скажем, очень хороший продукт для продаж и производства, по твоему мнению, почему это вот именно очень хорошо работает в продажах, работает хорошо в производстве, что вот эклеры это такой продукт, который может быть, то есть это вроде бы один продукт называется эклер, но что он может быть таким вот разнообразным, и, в общем-то, потом мы после этого момента уже обсудим именно виды эклеров. Но сначала поговорим об этом, затем уже обсудим виды эклеров, что они бывают там стандартной формы, с верхним декором, что и бывают колечки, шу и так далее. Но вот сначала, почему именно эклеры именно отлично работают в производстве и в продажах.
Вот, ну сама вообще идея, в принципе, о том, что у вас на производстве или в бутике будет реализовываться именно один и производиться вид продукта, эклер тип, в связи с тем, что на одном продукте гораздо проще сосредоточиться и оттачивать какие-то свои навыки. Плюс, несмотря на это, этот продукт может быть также и многосторонним, потому что вариаций исполнения большое множество, и то есть тут уже все зависит только от вашей фантазии, вдохновения, да, и каких-то вообще иных вещей, потому что как основа это очень классный продукт, и с ним может быть очень много всяких вариаций тематических, там на праздничные всякие, да, истории. это может быть подарок. Ну, главное, как вы себя начнете позиционировать на рынке. То есть мы выбрали ту позицию, что мы как подарок. И поэтому это вот наша такая беспроигрышная фишка по сей день. Потому что люди нас именно ассоциируют с праздником. И это нам дает какую-то такую, да, вот продолжительную историю, потому что праздники есть всегда, дни рождения, там различные, там, Новый год, День матери, Рождество, и все это всегда события для того, чтобы к нам прийти и взять какой-то подарок или порадовать себя. Это не простой продукт, с одной стороны, но с другой стороны, он очень интересный и позволяет как-то немножко разнообразить вообще, в принципе, общепринятые какие-то вещи.
Как вы его разнообразите? Именно говоря об ассортименте, как вы из одного продукта сделали ассортимент там, в 30 позиций, как это происходит?
Да, то есть, несмотря на то, что, казалось бы, эклер, да, у всех ассоциируется с тем, что это какой-то, ну, эклер и эклер, да, то есть, там, может быть, он классический, шоколадный, там, какой-нибудь клубничный, вот, но, работая с эклером, вы можете исполнять также в нем какие-то различные техники. То есть сделать там какие-то шапочки, какую-то отсадку, чем-то декорировать, да, наполнять разными кремами, делать какие-то эффекты. Также делать отдельные какие-то коллекции, да, собирать коробки, боксы готовые для того, чтобы можно было просто это соединить в один набор, единый, или продавать их по одной штучке, да, в кафе. Вот, то есть тут много вариаций того, как его можно, в принципе, реализовывать и что с ним можно делать. Это как база, по которой вы можете делать все, что угодно.
So, let me translate everything. About eclairs, why it's nice product for production, first of all, and why it's nice production for selling. Let's discuss one by one. Why it's easy for production? First of all, as I said before and as I asked before, are you going to sell eclairs as it is, or are you going to sell cakes and also eclairs? So you will have like a wide product range. Choux pastry and eclairs, this is one kind of product which can be as independent product. What I mean by independent, as I said, they sell like 90% of their product assortment. It's only eclairs, and they have like one choux pastry base, and then they have like really a lot of variations, and that's why it's easy for them to make one base like eclair, and after this they make different variations. They don't need a lot of equipment because if you produce only, let's say, one product, you should have certain equipment, yes, like an oven, mixer, and everything. But you will not need a lot of equipment. I mean, a lot of different equipment. So that's why it's easy to organize production. Very simple technology. Yeah, this also very nice because if you produce one product, you don't need to learn different technologies. I mean, cooking process is always the same. Every day you do the same steps. That's why you will have stable product. And as I said before, when you have one type of product, it's very easy to organize production because all steps are the same. And this is the kind of product which is suitable for any type and size of production because, as I said, he started from home and then he moved to professional kitchen. But as you can see, they were able to produce and sell products no matter if it's home kitchen or production kitchen. So second, why eclairs the greatest product for selling? As I said, you can use it as it is. And as I asked Alexander how they do such a big product assortment, he told me that eclair is something like a white list of paper, and where you can apply different techniques, different decorations. It can be really different. So that's why we can see around the world a lot of eclair shops. So you can find them in Europe, especially in France, but also you can find this outside. Before, like 7 years ago, it was not so popular. Now we can see eclairs everywhere. This is one of the trendiest products in whole world. And also we always imagine that eclair could be something. So eclair, we imagine that eclair is something sweet, but also we never think that eclair could be something completely different. You can do sweet eclairs, you can do savory eclairs. Also, if we're talking about choux pastry generally, you can do different shapes, different designs, which we'll discuss now also right after this slide. Yeah, so you can play with flavor, you can play with shape, and you can play with design. And as he said, for example, if we celebrate Halloween or we celebrate New Year or something, they do different eclairs with, let's say, special designs, and people know it already, and people come to buy eclairs not only because they are tasty. People come to buy eclairs just for, let's say, as a present for their friends, because it looks nice, it looks interesting every time they come and they see different designs. And this is, let's say, one of the reasons why people buy eclairs. It's not always about taste. It's always different things, but one of them is, let's say, design, outside looking, and yeah, people buy eclairs as a present. And of course, great taste. Why eclairs one of the best product for selling is great taste, because it's easy to eat, because we have long shape, and as we discussed before, it's easy to play with different flavors, because you have eclair base, and then you can use different creams, different fruit fillings, different jellies, different glazes, and like this you can play with different flavors, because we may have eclairs where we put I don't know, chocolate sponge inside with different creams, so it's kind of let's call it kind of cake where you can play with different things. And now let's talk about product assortment, because for eclairs, as we said, we have like one choux pastry base, but you will see that it can be let's say something very interesting and completely different. So we have 5 main types, which we will discuss now. We have classic shape eclair, we have top decorated opened eclairs, we have circles, we have choux, which is like a round shape, and we have different unusual geometrical shape. So let's ask Alexander about this, and he will tell you one by one maybe the most important things. And if you have a question about eclair shape, also send this in the chat, and we will discuss all this question right let's say at the end of this class. Сейчас расскажи о том, вот об этих 5 основных формах эклер, которые бывают из заварного теста, в принципе, что бывает вот классическая форма, украшенные сверху, колечки, шукеты и какие-то геометрические формы, которые в формах выпекаются, может быть, просто какие-то особенности каждого вида, что, вот, допустим, есть более часто используемые, почему есть менее используемые, тоже почему. Ну, то есть, в целом, что вот можно из этого сделать, из этих вот, говоря об этих 5 видах, какие у них особенности, какие используются чаще, какие используются реже, какие вы используете чаще.
Так, ну, вообще в ассортименте именно самого заварного теста, изделия из него, есть несколько таких самых популярных и востребованных продуктов. Это сам эклер классический. У нас он получается длиной 13 сантиметров с половиной. Но вообще вот эти классические параметры, они могут разные, да, от 12 до 15, в зависимости от того, кто и как для себя выбирает. Также есть нестандартные формы. Это те эклеры, которые, ну как нестандартные, Мы их так называем, потому что они отличаются очень сильно от того, как они приготовляются, помимо того, что выглядит иначе. Это обычно заварное тесто, которое помещается в какую-либо форму, предварительно подготовив ее, и выпекается. Это может быть квадрат, треугольник, круг, все что угодно. Вот. Эти формы, они в принципе самые такие непопулярные, скажем так, но они очень интересны. Если правильно их подать, то это будет очень такая интересная история. Ее можно развить вообще по-разному. Также есть шукеты, шу, в кольца, то есть куча еще вариаций того, как можно вообще сделать заварное тесто. Очень интересный продукт, и он поддается любой деформации от классического представления. Поэтому то есть, тут уже можно импровизировать во все стороны, потому что продукт гибкий, и с ним можно делать, грубо говоря, все что угодно, и исполнять его в любом визуальном исполнении. Поэтому, если вам требуется какой-то вызвать интерес, вы можете отойти от стандартных форм, делать его в той же форме металлической, да, как вырубка, такая овальная. То есть, по сути, это будет тот же эклер, выглядеть он будет тоже визуально напоминать эклер, но это уже будет не стандарт, он будет более интересен, нежели классический эклер. Вот что-то еще добавить.
Да, в принципе, сейчас вот мы покажем все на слайдах, и я уже переведу тогда.
Так, и по классическому тому же эклеру можно тоже его разрезать пополам, срезать сверху крышку, наполнить чем-то его, да, дополнительно. Поэтому вариаций много. Вот сейчас будет на слайде, вы можете увидеть, да, что у нас есть.
Эрик, звук есть? Есть все. Let's discuss different shapes. First, we have classic shape and shiny glaze or velvet spray, for example. This is, let's say, the common eclair shape which you can see around the world. 90% of their eclairs, they have classic shape because it's very, let's say, practical, easy to do, very fast, nice looking, and yeah, let's say most of the productions in the world, they do classic shape because people know it, it's easy to produce, so usually you don't have any problems with this shape. Then second, we have, as we call them, open eclairs. What I mean by that, what I mean by opened eclairs, so this is classic eclair, which you take and you cut the top of this eclair, and you have, let's say, different kind of decoration, as you can see on the picture. You may pipe the cream on top, or as you can see, apple eclair, you have like a decoration which you do in silicon mold and you place on top. Also, you can take different piping nozzle and pipe something interesting on top, like on the third picture. And yeah, like this, when we take and use this type of, this kind of eclairs, for example, you do 1000 eclairs and you have 100 eclairs which are not perfect. For example, you have cracks on top and you cannot do a glaze for this eclair just because it's cracked on top, and you will not have perfect and smooth shiny glaze on top. So that's why you take this eclair, you cut from top, and you pipe you pipe the cream on top. Then we have choux pastry rings, as we call them. This is the same choux pastry, but only different shape. For example, for classic Paris-Brest choux pastry, we always have ring shape, but also it could be, as we have here, raspberry ring, or you may have like a big, you may have cake size choux pastry ring, and also, why not? There is no the best shape or the best way how to do it or sell it, but what we want to show you is like you have one choux pastry base and you do like really different products. For example, next slide we have choux and chouquette. So choux is something round, as you can see. We have top shot here. We have classic choux with the nut cream. We have chouquette with the white sugar outside. And we have individual cake religious, as we call it, where we have big choux on the bottom and small choux on top. This is one of the variations that you can sell. And also we have eclairs with unusual shape, geometrical shape. This kind of eclairs we usually bake in the molds. So we take certain mold, we pipe choux pastry inside and we bake it. Like this you can do like oval shape or square shape or any shape that you would like, depending on mold that you use. It will be the same choux pastry with the same cream, but nobody will know how it's done, because usually we see eclair like this, like a long shape, but then we also may have something geometrical. For this we use molds. Just let me know if you have any question about eclair shape or molds or something else, because I see few questions. What is the size of an eclair? Can you use pastry cream in the silicone molds or something else? Yeah, just send all questions. As I promised, we will discuss them at the end, but keep sending the questions, because like this we will collect all questions and by the end of the class we will answer one by one. Any question that you have, just send in the chat. And I promise, as I promised, at the end of the class we have 30 minutes for all questions. Just keep sending. Now I will ask question about flavors, I mean product assortment, which flavors for eclairs we should have basically, and then let's see what Alexander will tell us. Расскажи о том, какие вкусы есть у вас и какие в принципе вкусы эклер хорошо бы иметь в базовом ассортименте, и, допустим, какие-то вкусы более необычные, вот на что стоит обратить внимание здесь, потому что всегда есть какая-то классика, всегда есть что-то там, допустим, под локальный рынок, и что-то может быть обобщенное, типа там синнабон вкус, который знает весь мир, к примеру, но вот его можно как-то интерпретировать в эклере. Вот какие вкусы у вас?
Итак, ну в нашем ассортименте порядка 30 с лишним вкусов. Помимо того, что это разный вкус, это еще и разное оформление эклеров. Здесь можно говорить абсолютно о бесконечном сочетании и вообще, в принципе, моно каких-то вкусах. Вот если брать наши конкретно, у нас есть как лимон, шоколад, классический, да, вот с ванилью крем. Также какие-то пирожные, как торт, да, только мы их вот в виде эклера делаем. Тот же черный лес, либо фрезия, медовик. То есть это можно все умещать в этот эклер, или даже в самом эклере даже это пирожное делать. То есть не обязательно его выделять из витрины, из ассортимента именно эклеров. Поэтому тут, в зависимости от того, даже где вы находитесь, можно делать какие-то истории, фишки. К примеру, вот в Азии у нас был мастер-класс, и мы делали шоколад с беконом. Начинка для эклера, да, очень необычная, и там розовый перец. Где-то можно применять какие-то локальные продукты конкретно, да, что-то тропическое делать, либо наоборот связанное с какими-то специями, там та же насыщенная корица, гвоздика, либо какие-то бобы тонко или ванила, да, такая прям очень интенсивная. Или же исполнять вообще какие-то комбинации вкусов, что-то классическое с нестандартными какими-то акцентами. Вот, поэтому ассортимент может быть огромный, то есть весь вопрос только в том, как это производить, как это оптимизировать непосредственно на месте, чтобы это не было, скажем так, слишком тяжело, потому что зачастую, когда мы нафантазируем и пытаемся это все ввести в ассортимент, это довольно сложно. Но с опытом, понятно, это уже становится легче, но тем не менее каждый новый ввод продукта интересного – это определенное энное количество времени, которое требует потратить. Вот. Но экспериментировать следует, надо, и ваша витрина или ваш ассортимент, который вы реализуете, всегда должен быть максимально интересным, вкусный и, еще раз повторюсь, интересным для вашего потребителя. Потому что иначе сложно как-то выделиться на рынке и занять какие-то позиции, которые можно долго с гордостью нести и говорить о том, что вы уникальны в своем продукте и в том, что вы делаете.
So about product assortment, what we should have, what flavors we should have. First of all, of course, we have classic flavors, for example, like vanilla, chocolate, raspberry, tropical, lemon. This is very classic flavors, and he tells that it's better to have a bit of classic for your assortment. Like this, no matter who will come to your shop or who will order eclairs from you, he will always find something simple, tasty, and classic. So classic can live forever. That's why it's better to have at least 5 classic flavors for assortment. Then, depending on where are you from, you may have local flavors. For example, here in Russia we have one popular flavor is cranberry. So just because we have quite a lot of cranberry in Russia, that's why we use this flavor here. And he was so once he did masterclass in Asia, and they done eclair with chocolate and bacon. So that's why. So I think here this flavor will not work much, but for example in Asia, it was quite nice combination for local people. So that's why we have classic flavors, we have local flavors, and then you may do some of the experimental flavor, or for example you can take classic cake which everybody know in the world. I don't know, you take French cake fraisier with strawberry and buttercream, and for example you do the same thing in eclair. You take sponge cake, you put inside of eclair, you put some strawberries, you pipe buttercream on top, and like this you have fraisier cake, but in shape of eclair. So like this you can do different things. Or you take tiramisu cake, you take savoiardi cookie, then you put it into your eclair, you soak with coffee, you pipe mascarpone cream on top, and you have tiramisu cake, but with eclair shape. So this is how it works. Then next question that we're going to discuss today. If you still have question about eclair shape and eclair flavors, keep sending the questions. We will discuss them later, of course. I see you send some questions, which is nice, but yeah, we will discuss them later. Just keep sending. So, for example, I see one question: do you find any space for special flavors in the product range, like tonka, lychee, rose, orange blossom? Returning customers are willing to try new flavors. As Alexander said, they also have these different kinds of flavors, and also like tonka. Of course, when they launch new flavor, like new eclair, they always test and see if people like it or not. If people start to buy it and they eat a lot, and then they come back for this eclair, of course they keep it, and they sell it during a certain time, and then they may change. But it's always, you do kind of test. You launch new product, then you see how it goes, but you still have like classic flavors and local flavors, because when you do experimental flavors, you need to be sure that your production will not stop. So that's why you never start with experimental flavors. You always start with classic and local flavors, and then you do, let's say, every month you can launch new experimental flavors. So this is how they do at their production. And also, before we start, next question about packaging, please let me know, have you ever thought about your own packaging? Maybe you already have your own packaging, or you are planning to do your own packaging. So let me know. And yeah, about packaging, what we're going to discuss, where to, let's say, how it's made, what are steps to make your own packaging, how to make design, how to make, where to print it. But before, let me know if you have experience with packaging already. So are you planning to do your own, or you have already your own packaging? Расскажи теперь о упаковке. Сейчас мы начинаем раздел упаковки, потому что, допустим, я знаю, что вы пользуетесь упаковкой, вы ее печатаете, вы ее делаете. Что очень важно у нас, вот сейчас мы обсудим еще 3 вида существующие, это вот пластиковая, потом подложки и бумажную упаковку. Вот какая между ними разница, какие плюсы, какие минусы, и вот какую делаете вы упаковку и почему, как вы определяете размеры и все вот это остальное. Почему, в принципе, упаковка важна?
Так, ну вопрос по упаковке очень актуальный сейчас, потому что ассортимент очень большой, и каждый производитель старается как-то выделиться и визуально, да, зацепиться за счет своей упаковки, потому что это одна из важнейших сейчас ролей, которая привлекает внимание клиента, потому что без хорошей упаковки будет гораздо сложнее как-то себя позиционировать и вообще привлекать внимание, потому что если у вас, к примеру, есть хороший продукт, но вам не во что его упаковать, грубо говоря, либо вы упакуете его как-то не так, то и восприятие будет немножко меняться. То есть это реально работает, и это реально есть так, потому что мы, собственно, за все эти годы поняли это как никто, что хорошая упаковка помимо продукта должна быть. Вот, поэтому у нас есть различные вариации упаковки, конкретно под эклеры. Это на 2 эклера, 4 и 6. Раньше было на 8, но это меньше пользуется спросом, потому что большие упаковки не всегда люди покупают, это делается редко. Вот. Затем на местах могут быть какие-то различные фасовки помимо бумаги. То есть у нас коробка идет из картона плотного, но есть еще пластиковые боксы, которые, к примеру, как вот в торговом центре бывает, люди берут с собой и где-то на фудкорте позже могут съесть. То есть есть специальный пластиковый бокс. Вот. Но пластик не очень удобная история, потому что она плохо габаритная, так как она плохо хранится, во-первых, во-вторых, ее неудобно складывать. Поэтому бумажные коробки, которые у нас есть, они раскладываются, удобно хранятся, они быстро собираются, и на них можно абсолютно все разместить. Ваши локации, рекламу какую-то дополнительную, красивую, яркую упаковку, кофр дополнительно к вашей коробке. То есть очень гибкий универсальный продукт, и за счет него также можно привлекать и вызывать интерес. Помимо упаковки для эклеров, также у нас есть и корзинки, мы упаковываем и корзинки. То есть, в принципе, любой ваш продукт, который вы производите, можно упаковать очень красиво, и нужно это делать.
So about packaging, why packaging is so important? As he said, as you can see on the slide, first of all, it makes your product more attractive, of course, because when we say makes products much more attractive, it's all about content that we post in our social media. For example, if we're using Instagram, and most of the people, most of the shops, they post everything on Instagram, so your product with packaging will look a lot more attractive, and you will see it in the next slides. And this is, let's say, first reason. Second reason is, of course, higher chance to sell your product, because when product looks attractive, it's easier to sell. So that's why we care and we think a lot about packaging, why it's so important. Then, of course, it's usability and transportation. For example, someone came to your shop and he took 20 eclairs, or someone ordered eclairs from a home baker, and you need to deliver this packaging. You need to deliver these eclairs. Of course, you will need packaging, and this is kind of usability for transportation or anything else. Or if customer came to your shop and he took maybe 3 eclairs, then what he can do, he can sit somewhere, eat one, and the rest put back into the box. It's also kind of usability. As I said, packaging equals content, because we always take picture for website, for Instagram, for anything. So you can do a lot of content with your packaging. And when you do content, video or pictures with your packaging, it's also important to remember about branding. Branding, why? So what I mean by that, I mean we always put logo on our packaging, no matter if it's printed label or it's you have like a printed packaging where you already put all information. So that's why it's nice to use it. If you're selling, for example, eclairs, and you give one box of eclair and also you give a bag for this box, usually what people do when they buy eclairs, first of all, they take a picture of your box and not eclairs, and then they post it. So like this, more and more in your city, people will recognize your brand and they will find you, because if you mention your logo, then you mention your Instagram and social media names. Like this, they can find you. And if I see picture in stories of my friend, then I check from where it is, and then I go and maybe order some more eclairs. So like this, customers will recognize it better. So what kind of boxes do we have? What kind of packaging do we have? We have, first of all, we have plastic packaging. This is, let's say, why it's nice, because you can straight away see the final product which is inside, because it's transparent. Why it's not the best type of packaging, because it costs it will be more expensive than paper packaging, and finally you are not able to print all information that you need. You are not able to print logo, you are not print like additional information about composition. You're not able to print your social media links and names and everything. So that's why looks nice, but not very practical, and it's more expensive. But for those who likes like transparent packaging, why not? You can also do, but so this is how it looks like. You can see on the picture. Second, it's a paper packaging. So this is what Alexander used for his production. Paper packaging is easy to print. You can print any logo, you can print any information that you need, and you can put any design. And every time you print, every time you order so every time you print like 100 pieces more, for example, maybe first time you order 1000, and then you will need to print additional 500. So you can take so you can print different design. You may have the same sizes, but you can print different designs every time. So that's why it's practical, and this is what they do in their pastry shop. So they have standard sizes, but every time they print new thousands of packaging, they do different designs. That's why when customer come like 1 month after or 2 months after, customer can see something new and interesting. So they always change packaging design. Last thing that we have is a paper holder. This is what we can see. On the previous picture, you can also see paper holders. Before you put this eclair in the packaging, it's always nice to use paper holder. Like this, it will not stick to your paper packaging. Packaging will not absorb the humidity from eclair and it will not become soft. So that's why paper holder, it helps to hold when you're eating eclair, but also helps not to sort of prevent, let's say, it will not absorb humidity from eclair and it will not become soft, I mean the box. And also, if we check here, we also have a paper holder here and you can actually print your logo and you can put any design onto the paper holder. So here we have white like a neutral, but keep in mind that you can also put different designs. Где производить необходимо упаковку, как этот процесс устроен, так вот вкратце. То есть кто-то заказывает в Китае, кто-то заказывает по месту, кто-то покупает готовую упаковку и клеит на нее там условно только наклейки. Вот как это происходит именно вот с этой стороны?
Ну, вариаций упаковки очень много. И все начинается с банальных коробок, которые могут подойти под ваш продукт по габаритам, да, и вы можете его брендировать как-то дополнительно любой наклейкой, любой формы, да, то есть на ваше усмотрение. Также это будет пластик, бумага, все что угодно. Или заказать, если мы уже говорим о больших объемах, есть специальные штамп-формы, по которым вырубаются листы бумаги, и вы уже производите сборку непосредственно вашей коробки. Фирменной, оригинальной. Вот. При небольших каких-то, скажем так, на начальном этапе лучше найти какую-нибудь компанию в вашем городе, которая может заняться производством этой упаковки. Как правило, в любой типографии, которая делает упаковку, они, в принципе, все этим занимаются практически, можно договориться о том, чтобы под вас привезли штамп-форму, если вы хотите что-то индивидуально. Вот. Это не так дорого стоит, но вы уже начнете выделяться даже на этом уровне, потому что это будет нестандартная упаковка и конкретно под ваш продукт. Из готового ассортимента, несмотря на то, что огромное множество упаковки, сделать свое что-то фирменное гораздо лучше, потому что на 100% ваш продукт станет в эту упаковку. И будет это выглядеть гораздо лучше и презентабельнее. Вот. Если мы говорим о уже каких-то иных объемах, то, конечно, многие начинают заказывать это из Азии, конкретно Китая, где это уже на большом потоке, да, и не составляет особо каких-то проблем. Вот. Многие крупные компании именно так и делают. И брендировать можно также саму коробку, не делать чисто белую. Но если вы планируете, к примеру, под какие-то события делать кофр это тот чехол, куда одевается сама коробка, то можете просто брать белую основу нейтральную и уже одевать ее в какой-то чехол, да, более красивый, то есть с той информацией, которая вам нужна. Или же на самой коробке делать уже брендинг, какой-то, ну, любую какую-то картинку, да, как вам нравится, и указывать всю информацию о непосредственно вашем, как бы, вашей локации и все прочее. Ну, то есть вариаций много, но лучше всего начинать с каких-то вот таких шагов, просто понять, насколько это вам удобно, насколько вам это надо. Вот. Но всегда это будет интересно, если у вас будет индивидуальная упаковка.
So about how it's made, where to buy or where to create your own packaging. First way is to find local companies who, let's say, print who print packaging. You just you can go and first way you can go and buy ready-made ready-made packaging, and you can just print some labels and like labels, stickers, and you can put on this ready-made packaging. What I mean by ready-made packaging, on the local markets you can find different companies who so they print packaging without any design. Usually it's like a white or brown color, without any design, without anything. It's just standard boxes with standard size, which you can take and use for your product. So why it's nice? Because it will be very cheap option. You don't need to spend money for your designer. You don't need to spend money to print a lot of boxes at once. And you can just print you can do designed labels, and you can put your label on top, and you mention all information. You put all information onto this label, and like this people will see your brand, your logo, information about the product, and all additional information that you would like to mention on this packaging. Yeah, it's nice because it's cheap, but what he doesn't like about this type of packaging, because you're not able to control size, because when he created his packaging, it was created for certain size of eclair, because you need to know how high it is, how long it is, how wide it is. If you buy ready-made, ready-printed packaging, you're not able to control sizes, and what you need to do, you need to choose size of your eclair. So if you see that it is like 15 centimeters length, and you need to have eclair which is 14 centimeters, for example. And this is how it works with ready-made packaging. So this is good for beginners who just started production, who maybe sell from home, and who's not able to go and print own packaging. This is nice option to start, to have ready-made packaging, print a label with all information, stick it on top, and sell it like this. So many beginners start like this, and they do like this. Second option is for, let's say, for the big productions, usually because you can order a lot of things in China. It will be quite cheap if we're talking about cost of one box, but what you need to pay attention at, you need to order a lot. Usually when people order in China, they order at least like 5,000 boxes or 10,000 boxes. Like this, it will be cheap, delivery will be cheap, and everything will be cheap. So if you order in China like 500 boxes, it will not be cheap, it will be expensive, because we're always talking about the cost of one box. So like this, it works nice for big productions, because in China you can order any type of packaging, any size, any design, any type of paper. You can order anything. Nice option. Install WeChat, find any factory, and so it will be quite easy and quite fast, but for big volumes only. Then also you can order in China like ready-made packaging. For example, if you open any website like Alibaba, for example, you can find ready-made packaging, and if you see that you have suitable size, perfect color, or it's transparent plastic packaging with size that you need, you can also order. But here we have the same story. You need to order a lot at once. That's why China is one of the best options, but only for big volumes. Then we have third option. As he said, you can find local company who can print for you your own packaging with your sizes. You just need to order kind of, we call it in Russia like a knife. What I mean by that, when you have like a project of your packaging, it's always flat, and first of all you print your packaging, then this special knife will cut you certain shape, and then you take this printed packaging and you just construct them. That's it. So this is one of the best options for, let's say, beginners and small size or medium size productions, because if you find local company who can print this packaging for you, you just order knife and you pay once. It's not a lot, so this is, let's say, quite cheap to compare with China, and they will be able to print for you no matter if it's 100 boxes, 500 boxes, 1000 boxes. This is nice options for beginners. You just find local company who can do it, who can print and cut packaging for you. You do designs and all sizes with them, this is template, yes. So you do template and everything. So in English it's template. And yeah, you do your own. This is what Alexander does for his production. He doesn't order in China because he prints in Vladivostok. And also you can do the same in China, but as I told before, China is always when we are talking about big volumes. If you need to have nice quality, cheap price, and big volumes, and your local production cannot organize this volume of packaging. For example, you say that I need, I don't know, 100,000 of boxes, and local production cannot organize it. You just order in China and that's it. So this is what I was talking about. Go to local typography, paper packaging, labels, the best options for customized packaging. So this is what we already discussed. You can also print boxes and cut boxes with template, or for example, as I told you before, you can go to local typography and you can print labels. So you can print labels, you can buy ready-made packaging for local market. You take this white packaging and you just put your label on top with your design, with your logo. As I told, this is nice option for beginners. And also for now, I will ask questions how to choose the size of your own packaging, because I saw some questions, what's the size of eclair, but I will ask question because this is two things that you need to keep in mind when you do sizes for your own packaging. Как вы подобрали размеры для своей упаковки? Каким образом это было? То есть вы от эклера отталкивались либо от упаковки? Как правильно подбирать размер?
Размер можно подобрать в упаковке, исходя из того, во-первых, какой габарит у вашего изделия. Конкретно о нашем примере, что если у нас эклер 13,5 сантиметров, ширина у него 3,2, во-первых, подложка должна быть чуть больше под сам эклер, то есть где-то примерно там 13,6, 13,7, и в ширину 3,5, ну, к примеру, да. И исходя уже из этих данных подложки, на котором стоит ваш продукт, вы делаете габариты вашей упаковки. То есть под одну штуку, если вам надо, под два, по три, то есть так далее. То есть насколько вы готовы презентовать именно в коробке ваш продукт. И также делайте запас там, буквально несколько миллиметров для того, чтобы в случае каких-то негабаритных историй, может быть, что-то получилось больше или чуть меньше, чем вы хотели, но все равно бы это вместилось и выглядело в коробке ну, достойно. Да? Поэтому то есть из тех данных продукта, которые у вас есть, из них формируется, собственно, габарит вашей упаковки.
Mhm. So when we're talking about packaging size, there are two ways how we choose the size of the future packaging. First way is adapt eclair size for ready-made packaging. This is when, for example, you go to local market and buy ready-made, ready-printed packaging. So you're not able to print your own, so you buy what you have in the market. And you already have certain size of the packaging. You know how long it is, how wide it is, how high it is, and then you just decide that, okay, my eclair will be like this. If my packaging is like 14 centimeters, then my eclair will be 13 centimeters, so like 1 centimeter less. And if you know how wide it is, for example, you know that it's 20 centimeters, then you decide, for example, here you will have like 5 eclairs, and you decide that one eclair should be no wider than 3.5 centimeters. So like this, you can fit them perfectly, because if you do each eclair like 4 centimeters, it will be too wide and you will not be able to fit 5 eclairs. So that's why we do like a half centimeter less. That's why, so then it will work perfectly for this packaging. Then create your own packaging based on your eclair standard size. This is the second way. For example, you know that your eclair is 13 centimeters length, and you also know how wide it is. For example, it's 3.5 centimeters. Then you decide that my packaging should be like 14 centimeters by I don't know, 20 centimeters or 11 centimeters, depending on how many eclairs you would like to put inside, because we have different packaging. And as you can see on the picture, for one we have like 4 eclairs, for the second we have 2 eclairs only, and for the last we have 5 eclairs inside. So that's why, depending on how many eclairs you would like to put inside, then you will have different sizes. And if we're talking about design, so here we have very easy answer. You just find designer somewhere. We have websites like Behance, and we have design studios. Design, depending on, so if it's easier for you to go to local design company, okay, you just go there. If not, if you're like a home baker, it's easier for you to find like freelance designer, and then he will help you to do all designs and everything. So in case of Alexander, his wife helps to make all design for packaging and everything. And yeah, that's it about packaging. Just let me know if you have some more questions about packaging, which we can discuss with you. Like this, we will keep all these questions about design here, and at the end of the class, we will go through one by one, because I see nice questions like what GSM card for packaging is the best, what is the perfect margins for packaging, basically how many centimeters or millimeters margin that's ideal for eclair. So I already see nice questions, but just send, if you have more questions, yeah, just send some more. And then let's go to the next stage. So we discussed about, so we discussed product range, we discussed packaging. Next step is where and how to sell eclairs and how to price your final product. How to price, I mean, we will talk about food cost, we will talk about final price of the product, and we will discuss all questions now. Сейчас будем разговаривать о том, где продавать и как продавать эклеры. Вот как у вас шло это с самого начала, и, допустим, где вы продавали в начале, и как вы продаете их сейчас, и какие вообще возможные способы для продажи, как это происходит.
Так, ну в самом начале нашего пути мы реализовывали нашу продукцию на каких-то площадках, типа, как это сказать, барахолок онлайн, которые, то есть люди заходят, ищут какой-то определенный продукт, там уже размещаются различные объявления, предложения, которые, да, человек может там что-то также и реализует через эти сайты. То есть у каждого города и страны есть там свои какие-то площадки, где это все можно реализовывать. Вот, это для самого начала. Также сейчас актуально очень Инстаграм, различные другие какие-то сети, вот, где это можно как-то вкидывать, говорить о том, что вы делаете хороший, качественный продукт, визуализировать его достойно и говорить о нем много, больше и интересно, для того, чтобы вас находили и вы привлекали внимание своей картинкой и, собственно, вызывали интерес. Так с нами случилось, там после года работы мы начали активно, ну чуть меньше, более активно начали заниматься Инстаграмом, заливать туда различную информацию, много фотографий красивых, интересных, для того, чтобы, ну, дополнительно как-то расширять свою аудиторию. Вот. Также помимо социальных сетей можно еще и продвигать свой продукт, давая его на реализацию различным компаниям или кондитерским, которые готовы реализовывать ваш продукт как доп. Опцию в своем кафе или ресторане, неважно. Потому что зачастую многие производства не имеют места под кондитерский цех, так как это довольно такая большая проблема. И в данном случае есть возможность, да, как-то вот договориться и наладить какую-то работу совместно. То есть у них есть определенное место, где производится продажа их продукта, и вы также можете с ними разделить витрину, то, что на определенных каких-то условиях договориться, да. Вот. То есть начинать я даже бы советовал больше с этого, да, прежде чем, если вот на этапе каких-то проб там, да, и всего прочего, понять вообще, насколько это актуально и интересно. Пробовать по чуть-чуть, заходить в такие вот проекты, истории, как-то, может быть, делать какие-то коллабы для того, чтобы постепенно начинать чувствовать этот рынок и понимать, как он работает. Вот, начинать запускать продажи можно абсолютно с любой площадки, не стесняться подходить, предлагать свой продукт, если вы в нем уверены, как бы ничего такого зазорного в этом нету. Вот. И главное не бояться, потому что это вполне нормально. Вот. И в дальнейшем уже понятно, если у вас все получается хорошо, можно задуматься о самостоятельном каком-то отдельном заведении, месте, где бы вы могли это продавать. Но для старта прям именно отдельно стоящих мест для продажи очень хорошо подойдут различные центры торговые, где вы могли бы взять просто островок и начать какую-то реализацию на фудкорте и понимали бы, насколько, скажем так, насколько. Когда вы начинаете работать уже самостоятельно именно в заведении, это немножко другой процесс. Когда вы открываете просто небольшую площадку какого-то островного типа, вы понимаете процесс изнутри, и вам проще будет в дальнейшем уже открыть полноценное кафе с большим ассортиментом услуг. Но без этого будет довольно сложно, потому что на вот этой маленькой площадочке вы какой-то функционал открываете для себя впервые, и вам проще его контролировать, нежели у вас будет уже кафе с полноценным персоналом, там человек 2, 3, 5. Это гораздо сложнее контролировать. А здесь вы как бы уже можете изнутри, скажем, увидеть все, и в дальнейшем исключить какие-то ошибки.
So, about where to sell eclairs. First of all, as we do now, it's Instagram. No matter if you are a home baker or you have production, everybody has Instagram, and we post different pictures and videos of our product on Instagram, and this is how we can sell it. So no need to have website, no need to have any live store, I mean shop. Yeah, you can sell directly from Instagram. This is popular for those who just start their production, who just started production. I mean, you can launch real production, but then for the moment you may not have any shop where people can come and order eclairs and buy eclairs. They can actually go to your Instagram, order eclairs, and then you just can deliver, and that's it. The same for home bakers. You do eclairs, you post pictures on Instagram, you mention where are you from, and then people see, and then they order eclairs like from your home bakery, and that's it. So you just order delivery, and that's it. So this works for like a local market easily. Then we can also have online store. This is what Alexander also have. They have website where you can sell all these products that you have. You also do pictures. You explain what's this product about, what we have inside, and the only one difference between Instagram and website, people actually, so if we're talking about Instagram, they send you a message, hello, I would like to order eclairs, and then you just reply them one by one. If you have website, you can actually, people can actually go and order through website. They don't need to send messages. They just go, they take one this, and then they create an order, and then you can see in your system that you have, I don't know, 5 orders. You can see composition of each order, and then you can organize delivery, and that's it. Then, for example, next step is pastry shop. This is what also Alexander has. They have 3 pastry shops. They actually sell from all these places. They sell from Instagram, they sell from online store, they sell in like real pastry shops. So real pastry shop, of course, this is an option for those who already, let's say, have stable production. They have like customers every day who order this kind of products. If you are sure that you have stable volume and you see that more and more people order your product, then you can start to think about your own shop, because as he recommended, it's always better to start with to go little by little. For example, you start to sell from Instagram. If you see that it's nice, then you start to make your website and sell from website. Then if you see that you have quite a lot of orders from your online store and your production have nice big volumes, then you can start to think about your own pastry shop. But before pastry shop, what you can also try is marketplaces. So for example, here in Russia, it's possible to sell your product from different websites. So it's kind of Amazon, because Amazon is a very famous platform. We have kind of these platforms, but of course smaller, but you can actually place your product and sell your product from this this type of platforms. Or we also have food delivery apps. For example, you open an app where you can find all restaurants in your city and all pastry shops in your city, and you can also sell your product from these apps. You just sign contract with them, and then you do pictures. So they will mention your shop, they will mention your product. They have usually their own delivery, so you don't care about delivery, and that's it. They just take, I don't know, certain percentage from the sales from you, and that's it. But this works only for companies. If you're a home baker, you're not able to sign contract with them. It's only for companies, for productions. And also what's nice, so before you open your shop, what's nice to try is to work with different restaurants, cafe and bakeries. What I mean by that, you can sell eclairs to restaurant or to, for example, hotel or somewhere else, without any packaging, without any logo, without anything. You just sell nice, beautiful eclairs, and they resell them. So this is also works nice. And like this, before your own shop opening, just try to sell from Instagram, try to make your website, go to local coffee shop or restaurant and ask them if they need eclairs from you, and also sell there. And then of course you can open your pastry shop as soon as you have like a stable volumes, stable orders. This is the time when you need to think about your own opening. And of course, to be able to sell eclairs in different places, what you need to have is product. This is of course, you need to have nice eclairs, nice final product. And of course, you will need to have designed packaging and labels. But this is not always, because if, for example, you sell eclairs and you deliver them to a hotel or coffee shop or restaurant, and they resell it, so you will not need any packaging because they will use their own packaging. This is how it can work, because people, when they start to produce eclairs, they usually don't know where to sell eclairs, and so this is the list. You can make screenshot, and like this you already know where to sell it. And if you have any questions about sales, send these questions in the chat, because as you can see, Alexander sells from everywhere, from different places, and he can explain deeply about each way of selling. So that's why it's nice to ask now. And this is how they sell eclairs in their shop. So I just would like to show some of the pictures from the shop. This is how it looks like, and you can actually see Instagram. So you can visit Instagram and see more pictures, and you can see website and everything. So just maybe take screenshot and check Instagram later. And yeah, this is some of the pictures from their production. Next step, how to price your product. Could you please send me the answer in the chat if you know already how to calculate food cost, and if you know already how to calculate the price for your final product. So if you know already how to calculate everything, to know how much your eclair will cost, if you have experience in this area or not. Because many chefs they know how to make nice eclairs, but also many chefs they have no idea about food cost calculating, and this is where we would like to also help you. And I guess you will like next slide. So no, we didn't mention. No, I don't have experience. What's Instagram name? So for Instagram, you can see here Вспышка eclair. So this is the name of Instagram. You can actually check and visit. It's always struggle to get a fair price. So as we promised, at the end of the class we will send you PDF file how to calculate food cost and price for eclairs, and then you will be able to calculate food cost and price by yourself. It's like a step-by-step instruction, and we mention how to calculate everything for eclairs. So this PDF file we will send you at the end of the class. So actually we will have the link here, which I will send here in the chat, and you will be able to download this file. At the end of the class you will download this file from here. And so then you can use it and calculate food cost for your products, not only eclairs. Of course, you will see how to calculate food cost for eclair, but you can apply this instruction to any product that you can sell, no matter if it's cake or something else. This will help you quite a lot, because I see I have manual method only. It's always struggle to get fair price. Don't have experience. Please explain how to calculate. So this PDF file will help you for sure to calculate food cost. Now let's discuss. Let's talk about problems that you can meet, because when you organize your production, first thing that we meet it's a problems. Usually, if you don't have any experience, you will always have problems. Now, I would like to ask Alexander about the common mistakes and common problems during organization, because he organized his production already and he knows all these mistakes and problems that you can meet. So let's discuss them one by one, and we will start with books. So with information and with books, why is going to be a little problem for you. So now I'm going to ask him this question. Расскажи о проблемах, которые встречаются на пути, вот, когда организовывается производство. И самое первое – это, получается, информация и, в первую очередь, книги, потому что многие делают упор на книги, но, как правило, там нет проблем с начинками, с рецептами кремов и так далее, но там часто проблемы встречаются с рецептом именно заварного теста. Вот какие именно там проблемы встречаются и как бы не то чтобы как их избежать, но в целом вот в чем сущность этой проблемы именно касаемо рецепта заварного теста.
Хорошо. А по производству, получается, это в принципе сама постройка производства?
Да, но это вот следующие два. Но вот сейчас первый именно
о информации.
Книга, информация, вот это базовая, то, что по рецепту касаемо.
Да. По поводу того, где брать рецепты, и как их отрабатывать, и насколько они хорошо получаются, это на самом деле большая проблема, так как многая часть литературы, большая, она интересна, да, ее хорошо почитать, попробовать на ней что-то отработать, но это больше не о каких-то сложных вещах, а именно мы говорим о заварном тесте, это сложная довольно вещь, потому что в книгах, как правило, указывается что-то среднее, то есть не конкретно адаптированное под ваши запросы. Объясню почему. Потому что шеф, который, человек, неважно, писал о том, что, в общем, делал рецепт, он его отработал, он у него хорошо, отлично получается, и он его вводит в книгу. Но этот рецепт не факт, что будет работать у вас. Во-первых, это ингредиенты, из которых делается тот рецепт, который вы видите. Во-вторых, это технология, четко отработанная, по которому он это делает. А это очень важно, да? Даже больше зачастую, чем качество самих продуктов. И, в принципе, вообще степень компетентности человека, который это делает. Потому что есть некоторые вещи, которые вы, даже имея хорошую технологию и хороший ингредиент, не всегда готовы и можете увидеть какие-то особенности, нюансы в приготовлении. особенно заварного теста. Вот, поэтому литература это хорошо, но всегда, конечно, следует делать упор больше на практические какие-то знания. Потому что с начинками, как правило, особо проблем нет никогда. Но вот такие тонкие моменты, как там, тот же макарон, либо эклер, это очень такая индивидуальная история, которая приходит только через практику и спустя какое-то время, да, то есть наработок. То есть как-то так вот.
So about books and information, let's talk about nice part, and let's talk about the second part, which is not, let's say, so nice, but this is our reality. About eclairs, you can actually find different books about eclairs, but what's going to be a problem? Actually, you may find nice creams and fillings in these books, and usually we don't have any problems with fillings. But for example, if we're talking about choux pastry recipe, which is the main thing for eclairs, usually you can find different recipes which will never work. Why? Because if chef was from France and he was writing recipe from France, he has different ingredients, he has certain butter, certain milk, everything was, let's say, adapted for his production, for his ingredients, that his local ingredients. And you take the same recipe, you see just, for example, milk, flour, butter, and there is no much explanation about, so there's no detailed information about each ingredient, and there's no explanation about, there's no explanation how to adapt this recipe for your production, for your country, for your ingredients. And this is the problem, because you take the recipe, seems to be nice, and it could be nice recipe, but as soon as you start to cook it, you see that it doesn't work in your working conditions with your ingredients, with your ovens and everything. So there is no explanation how to adapt, and you're not able to make nice, smooth and perfect eclairs. That's why it's nice to see some information on internet or in the books or somewhere else. But usually it's nice for fillings and not for choux pastry base. I mean for choux pastry, for the dough which you bake, and that's it. And for example, at his production, they were doing eclairs in different ovens, in convection oven. They started with home oven, then they were doing this in convection oven, and they changed to DEC professional oven. And for these three types of oven, they were using three different recipes. And for example, if we're talking about like a real production, where you produce, I don't know, 1,000 or 500 at least eclairs per day, you will need to know how to make big batch of choux pastry, because if you're doing only 2 kg small recipe, this is one story. But when you do 20 kg recipe, this is different story. You will need to use different quantities, you will need to use different equipment, cooking process will be different, so everything will be different. And you will never find any book in the world where where chef will explain you how to cook choux pastry recipe for like a 20 kg big batch, big mixer. Any book that we have now, it's always for small planetary mixer, small quantities, and not for production. There is no explanation how to switch one oven to the other, switch one recipe to the other. And this is the problem about information that we have. We have information, but it's not enough just to have this information, because even if you get the best recipe in the world, you will need to do 3-5 tests to get the best result for your working conditions. And to get the best result for your working conditions, you need to know how to adapt a certain recipe for certain oven or certain ingredient. So, and it takes 3-5 tests. So you do first test, you see how it goes, then you need to understand is it okay or something was wrong, and you need to think and you need to understand how to, let's say, how to fix it, but nobody explained in the book how to fix mistakes. Second problem is ingredients. We will talk more about ingredients at the end of the class, but now let's just talk about the ingredient problem, what problem you can have, and what, let's say, solution you may have. Теперь об ингредиентах поговорим. Получается, вот как в книгах мы и говорили, что может быть изображена просто мука и просто масло. Именно детально мы эти ингредиенты все в конце мастер-класса будем обсуждать в презентации, но в принципе вот что нужно базово знать об ингредиентах, какая проблема обычно с ингредиентами возникает тогда вот так вот, именно делая заварное тесто, не начинки.
Так, ну, в рецептурах именно заварного теста иногда, ну даже не иногда, в основном пишут так, что вам нужна мука пшеничная, мягких сортов, могут редко указать, что мягких сортов пшеницы, также относительно масла и молока и других ингредиентов, которые мы используем при использовании заварного теста, при приготовлении. Но важно понимать, что ни одна книга, скорее всего, не даст вам той расширенной информации, которая вам необходима будет для того, чтобы сделать качественный продукт. Потому что общие понятия есть, да, там мука, масло, вода, молоко и все, без уточнений. Но в данном случае это очень важный момент, который вы должны иметь в виду, что без этой информации вам довольно сложно и долго придется подбирать и прорабатывать вашу рецептуру. Есть 3 основных ингредиента, которые очень сильно влияют на заварное тесто, и это надо всегда иметь в виду и стараться искать по максимуму информации, что конкретно вам надо для этого продукта. То есть это у нас мука, сливочное масло и, конечно, яйцо. То есть это 3 основных продукта, на которые надо уделять особенное внимание.
So about ingredients, what problem we can meet with ingredients? First problem, we live in different countries and we have different ingredients. And for example, you take any book and you see that we need to take butter or flour or milk or something else, but nobody explained which butter exactly we should take or which milk exactly. Nobody explained about percentages, nobody explained about percentages in the flour. That's why as soon as you start making any recipe, you will see that probably this recipe will work differently and you don't get perfect result and you don't understand why. First thing that you need to pay attention at, it's ingredients. That's why it's very important to know ingredients. And we will discuss the main ingredients like butter, milk, flour, eggs, main ingredients for choux pastry. We will discuss them at the end of the class. This is, let's say, one of the next slides for our presentation. It will be a bit later because we still have a few things to discuss, and then we will of course discuss ingredients. It will be more or less by the end of this class. And yeah, it's not enough to know that you should use flour or milk in the recipe. You must know which flour exactly and which milk exactly with all percentages you must use for this recipe. Yeah, that's it for ingredients. And the main problem that you can meet with ingredients, it's just because we live in different countries, we have different ingredients. You need to know composition of which ingredients. If you have any question about ingredients, just send it in the chat, because anyway we will discuss ingredients, we will talk about ingredients, and yeah, if you have some questions, always don't forget to send it, and then we will check always one by one all questions, and we will discuss all questions, and we will reply all questions, because I see that for the end of this class we have quite a lot of questions, and I think you will get quite a lot of nice information which will help you, so keep sending the questions. And problem number 3, it's not like a problem, but it could be a problem if you don't know information about this part. So it's shelf life, because it's very important to know shelf life of your product, of your creams, glazes, and so now I will let Alexander to tell you why it's important, and so what you should know about shelf life. Допустим, сейчас мы будем говорить о сроках годности. Вот как это устроено у тебя, срок годности готовой продукции и срок годности, почему мы должны срок годности глазури и кремов, вот какие, может быть, крема ты замораживаешь, какие ты всегда делаешь свежими, сколько срок годности у эклера, и вот как мы замораживаем, допустим, испеченные, но пустые эклеры, или же испеченные, но и с начинкой эклеры. То есть вот об организации срок годности, как вот это все связано с организацией производства.
Так, ну если мы будем с вами говорить о том, как узнать, какой срок годности, или как сделать ваш продукт более длительного срока годности, есть небольшие моменты, нюансы в этом. Если мы говорим о каком-то производстве, да, уже более-менее серьезном, то, конечно, здесь в первую очередь вам потребуется шоковая камера, что очень важно, если мы говорим о каких-то уже серьезных объемах, вот, ну или даже уже средних. Так как зачастую крем, который можно подвергать заморозке, да, и хранению, также какие-то глазури, которые могут у вас храниться в морозилке, необходимо шокировать для того, чтобы в продукте минимизировать возможность образования чего-либо, зарождения, да, каких-то там ненужных вещей. Вот, поэтому вы шокируете резко, убивая возможность на какое-то развитие. Вот, и храните его при максимально низких температурах. Есть морозильные камеры там, до минус 35, что в некоторых случаях оптимально, но это не длительный срок, да, то есть до 10 дней. Есть какие-то более щадящие режимы, там минус 18, что тоже позволяет хранить продукт, но чуть более длительный срок, не вымораживая его при этом. Также, помимо того, что вам необходимо будет какое-то оборудование, вам потребуется определенная технология для этих продуктов. То есть какие-то нюансы в приготовлении, какие-то доп. Ингредиенты для добавления в этот продукт и дальнейшей дефростации более благоприятной, ну, более удачной, потому что если взять какую-нибудь классическую рецептуру, что-то из нее сделать и заморозить, скорее всего, что-то пойдет не так, она там при дефростации как-то деформируется, либо вообще отсечется что-либо из этого продукта. Поэтому всегда надо учитывать технологию, которую вы используете, и понимать, подходит это для того, чтобы его замораживать, либо как-то использовать более длительный срок годности. То здесь тоже куча нюансов, которые необходимо учитывать. Так, что-то еще, да, было?
В принципе, все, что надо, закрыли.
Все, да.
Да, по заморозке все сказали. About shelf life. So when we're talking about shelf life, we can talk about two things. First thing is shelf life of your creams, glazes, ganaches, and other fillings that you may use on your production. Second thing is shelf life of ready-made products. I mean shelf life of final eclair with cream, with fillings, with glaze, and everything. So if we're talking about shelf life of the creams and glazes, it's important to know shelf life. Why? Because to organize your production, you must know what creams you can freeze. And if you know what creams you can freeze, then you can actually organize everything in advance. For example, we know that for sure you can freeze glazes for eclairs, and you can do, for example, 10 kilo of glaze. Then you put this into 10 containers, and maybe every week you just take one container of the glaze and you use it. Like this, you save the time, and you can do something else, because to make one small recipe or one big recipe of the glaze, it takes approximately the same time. Maybe for big recipe you will spend 15 minutes more, but finally like this you can organize your production and you will save time in the future, no matter if you work from home or for production. So you can take a lot, then freeze, then defrost it and use it. The same with creams. For example, some of the creams or some of the fillings you can freeze, and like this you can do a lot in advance. You can do small portions, you freeze it, and then as soon as you need it, you take, defrost, and everything will be fresh, and you can use it straight away. So that's why it's always nice to organize. And for those creams which you cannot freeze, you just need to know their shelf life. And for example, if you know that this cream has shelf life 3 or 4 days, for example, you can cook a bit in advance. For example, you do 5 kg or 4 kg, and you know that right after 3 days or 2 days, for example, you will use all of this and you will not have any leftovers. And pay attention, because you do any cream, you cook any cream, you keep it in the fridge, but then you need to remember that as soon as you fill up your eclair and send to the shop or to the customer, it should be able to, let's say, to live, to stay 2 more days. That's why if you know that your shelf life of the cream is like 5 days, so you can cook maybe you can cook this cream for the next 2 days. Like if you would like to cook a bit of cream in advance, but no more. Like this, you can cook first day, on the second day you take, you fill up eclair, then you send it to the customer, and you still know that you have additional like 3 days when your cream is still fresh and still nice. And that's it about organization, because shelf life of eclair standard is 3 days. Somebody keep it standard is 2 days, and somebody keep it 3 days. But Alexander preferred to keep it no longer than 2 days. So like this, if you would like to have fresh product with nice taste and nice outside looking, so keep it no more than 2 days. So eclairs, it's always fresh product as any cake or individual cake, and that's it. Yeah, if you have any questions, just keep sending, because I see there are questions about butter and margarine. Also I see can we have standard glaze and can we have standard glaze and I think we color this with color powder, how we want things. Yes, so I see some question about the glaze. If you have any other question, please send them, we will discuss them, of course. And as Alexander said, he always adapts all recipes for the creams. I mean all like fresh cream recipes for 3, maximum 5 days shelf life. So like this, if he does pastry cream, he's sure that it will stay at least 3 days or 5 days maximum. He always do tests, send it to laboratory to check, and like this any recipe that he has, so he is sure that this is stable recipe with stable shelf life, which is also nice, because if you check any recipes from the book, you will never know shelf life for this recipe, and you need to do tests yourself. In case with Alexander, he knows already all shelf life and everything about his recipe. Next, problem number 4 is technology and tests, but this is not, again, this is not the biggest problem. In this slide, you can actually see all problems that you can meet when you start to make your own production, because we have like 5 main problems that almost every chef has with eclairs. And you can see here how to make perfect eclair. So this is problem which almost every chef who starts doing eclairs has at the beginning. How to fill up eclairs. So many chefs, they don't know how to fill up correctly eclairs. How to glaze. Also people don't know how to glaze and which glaze to use, and how to glaze eclair correctly. Also, how to freeze eclair. This is a big question, because many people, they don't know how to freeze empty eclair and how to defrost them, how to use them after, and what ovens and mixers to use. So, of course, we will discuss this question about eclair freezing and about ovens and mixers at the end, but finally what I can say here is to avoid this problem. So you must know how every step works. Like this, so your knowledge will help you to avoid any problem, as always. That's why I tell you, ask questions, because if you ask questions, you get the answer, so you get the knowledge. Like this, you avoid any problem. That's why keep asking questions that we will discuss later. And if you don't have any knowledge, nothing will help you, because this is something where, where we must know how it works. Otherwise, it will never work. So, as I said, wrong technology equals unstable products, and that's why in case of Alexander, as he said, this is not the best product for self-learning. That's why at the beginning he had problem, and as soon as he started to visit classes, then he started to get first successful result. And also now I would like to ask him the question about his eclair shop, how it was, and I will show you step by step how he became professional from 0 until 100. And so we will show you his story and story of his вспышка shop and production. Вот сейчас расскажи, в принципе, чуть более подробно о вспышке, вот как с 2014 года ты, получается, начал свое обучение, затем вот когда вы 40 квадратных метров открыли первое вот это производство, и вот прям по сей день, как это все двигалось поэтапно, то есть сначала 40 квадратных метров, потом уже там 200 квадратных метров, потом еще больше 300, и то есть к чему это пришло с самого начала, и каким образом проходило там обучение во время всего этого пути, я бы так назвал.
Так, мы начинали с 2014 года. Конкретно под конец года уже появилась идея об открытии. Собственно, мы практически перед Новым годом, а именно 16 декабря 2015 года, открыли ныне флагманскую точку, наш первый бутик. Затем Ну и готовили мы, понятно, на начальном этапе непосредственно на месте, так как кухни и отдельного цеха не было. Небольшая кухонька абсолютно была там на максимум 3-2 человек. Поначалу я готовил все самостоятельно, жена у меня была на баре, продавала эклеры, делала кофе, вот, я, собственно, на кухне. По течение какого-то времени взял помощь помощника, и постепенно спрос возрастал. Мы понимали, что места уже совсем мало, и плюс у нас появлялся уже какой-то доп. Персонал, который работал на кухне, и, собственно, было физически невозможно работать внутри. Нашли небольшое помещение в 40 квадратов. Не сильно его, так скажем, оборудовали, потому что средства, так же как опыт, приходили постепенно. Вот. Помимо этого еще необходимо было учиться, выполнять какие-то старые заказы, то есть, ну, как бы совмещать приходилось многое с основным уже видом деятельности своим, потому что компетенции не хватало, всегда надо было повышать уровень, также и заинтересовывать людей, то есть, а без определенного какого-то навыка это, ну, сложно сделать. Вот, проработав буквально год, мы решили увеличить площадь цеха, потому что, как я говорю, у нас все это время до пандемии интенсивно шел прирост клиентов и постоянно увеличивалась именно реализация нашего продукта. Поэтому спустя вот год, да, мы расширились, и уже цех этот был порядка 80 квадратов. Также у нас уже стал полноценный штат людей. Появились специалисты какие-то уже, которые отвечали за не только производственные процессы, но еще также уже начал формироваться офис, бухгалтера, технологи, которые дополнительно следили за процессами и уже в другой сфере, да, нашей компании. Потом появилась такая проблема, что у нас наш город, скажем так, ну не то что проблема, да, это как бы наоборот, благо для нас в итоге. Наш город стал открытым портом, и, собственно, большой поток туристов, а именно из Азии, Кореи, Японии, Китая, ну, в основном Корея и Япония, начали посещать наш город как ближайший европейский город, ну, после там, да, своих как бы все равно им необходимо было какой-то выброс эмоций, и как раз для них, как первый европейский город, ближайший Владивосток, да, собственно, они начали очень интенсивно его посещать. И произошел огромный всплеск спроса, что сподвигнуло нас на стройку большого производства в 320 квадратов, в котором мы по сей день находимся уже спустя 3 года. К производству новому мы подошли очень серьезно, купили дорогое и профессиональное оборудование, чтобы, во-первых, сделать его еще более стабильным, а без профессионального дорогого оборудования, к сожалению, это невозможно сделать практически. Также расширили свой персонал уже до человек 11-12 за одну смену. Вот, отдельно появился офис, и вот мы работаем, да, по сей день в этом цеху, и даже, можно сказать, мы немножко впрок построились, потому что все дальнейшие шаги, они как бы, ну, позволяли нам не достраиваться, не расширяться, использовать те мощности, которые у нас есть фактически, и их вполне хватало, и не компенсировали все наши потребности. Вот. И также параллельно этому мы открывали еще 2 точки, которые одна находится в большом торговом центре, и третья на таком фудкорте, где много различных заведений открывают небольшие свои островки, и то есть вот в таком формате работают. То есть на данный момент, спустя вот 6 лет, у нас цех 320 квадратов, более 40 сотрудников и 3 точки реализации, где мы, в принципе, успешно работаем по сей день, несмотря на все вот пережитые как бы истории с последними событиями.
So let me translate everything. So he told us his history of his production and shop from the beginning until the end, and let me show you and translate you what he just told us. And so, first of all, he told that he spent approximately 2 years, so it was a bit more than 2 years to get first results. As you remember, he started from home, and then little by little he started to do first eclair tests, and it took for him 2 years. Why? Because he didn't have any possibility to visit any class or something, so he didn't have much books, so he had just basic recipes, and all tests he did himself. That's why it was a bit slow and difficult. So without any information, everything is quite slow. Then, as soon as he started to get, let's say, nice and successful results, nice eclairs, and he started to get more orders from home, they decided to open first kitchen eclair production. It was 40 square meters, so it was quite small production, but it was enough to start. So 40 square meters, it was enough to put one table, one oven, organize small production, and start produce eclairs. And yeah, there was oven for 20 eclairs, so it was quite small oven. But this is how they started. Of course, as soon as he was able to start visiting classes, he started to do it. So it was different classes about chocolate, about pastry, about cakes, to get these basics. And right after this, little by little, he started to get nice result. And as you can see, this is like one of the best and the fastest way to get a nice result is to learn from professionals, and this is what he has done. Then next step, they moved to 85 square meter production. So first of all, they were working at 40 square meters production. Then they started to get more and more orders, and they moved to 85 square meters production. So they stayed there for about 1 year, and by that time, as you can see, 10 people worked at production. And until 2020, they were making eclair in convection oven, because many people think that it's impossible to make nice and perfect eclairs in convection or home oven. So he tried all types of oven, like home oven, convection oven, convection production oven, and deck oven, like a real deck oven for professional production. Then next step, it was since 2018 they moved to big production, which is 330 square meters production, and so they stay at this production even now. So they have 40 chefs, 40 employers, and they do approximately 1,000 eclairs daily. So means every day they produce and sell approximately 1,000 eclairs. So you can imagine the volume of this production. And they have more than 30 flavors of different flavors for eclairs only. And of course, Вспышка is a registered trademark. So you saw this logo of his pastry shop, and this is registered trademark. And they have now 3 shops in Vladivostok. So this is how he started from home, and they went to real professional production. And so now I have a question. Probably everybody know the answer, but just let me know if you would like to know the fastest and easiest way to achieve perfect and smooth eclairs. And do you also want to get step-by-step instruction how to prepare your own eclair production? So send me yes or no, and if you are ready, we will start our next, let's say, next step of our presentation. And before, also, of course, ask yourself and make sure that you really want to achieve great results. As you can see, you really want to master new skills and improve your pastry chocolate knowledge. You really want to update your product range and have new things for selling in your shop. And you really want to become a better professional. For example, you may be already professional baker and you do nice croissants or you do nice cakes, but make sure that you want to become better professional and, for example, learn new skills and become like a real professional. And let me just do small review because we already finished half of our presentation. We still have few things to discuss, which is equipment for eclair production, which is ingredient, question answer, and for now we discussed eclair and choux pastry product assortment, product range for selling. We discussed already packaging, different types of packaging, where to produce, how to produce this packaging, and you already asked a lot of questions about this. Also, we discussed where to sell and how to price your product, which is also important. We discussed main problems and mistakes during production organization. So we still need to discuss equipment and ovens and also ingredients. But before, as we told you, now we have online course Flashland presentation, and we also have special offer for our participants. As I told at the beginning of this class, just let me present Alexander's online course. So this is going to be, let's say, my part, because so here everything will be totally in English. I will explain about this online course. I will explain everything, and then we will go to our final steps, which is equipment, ingredients, and question answer, and also bonuses. As you remember, at the end of the class we will send you bonuses. So before this, let's check presentation, and then we will go for the next steps. So about Flashland, this is online course. Alexander did this course not long time ago. This is quite new course. It's a course about eclairs and choux pastry. And this is, let's say, this is what we have in this course. We have 30 video lessons. We have more than 60 recipes of fillings, ganaches, creams, glazes, and everything. Glazes, ganaches, and everything which is already tested with the correct shelf life from real production. We also have there 3 choux pastry recipes for home oven, convection oven, and deck oven. And of course we have small recipe for small productions like home production, and we have professional recipe for pastry production like a 20 kg recipe with step-by-step explanation and video lessons. Duration of this course is 4 weeks, and during these 4 weeks you will see in 30 lessons all types of eclairs, choux pastry. You will see classic eclairs, you will see opened eclairs, you will see choux and chouquettes, you will see all unusual shapes like eclairs baked in mold. And this is the only one professional course in the world, so you will never find any similar course where people will show you how to work with professional equipment like professional ovens, piping machines, with all equipment that we will show you today in the presentation. And we have chef support for all questions. So we have chef support means if you have a question and so you have any kind of mistake, you don't know how to fix it, you just send a question to chef by email, and then he will reply and he will explain how to fix this kind of problem. And you can set it at any time, so chef support is unlimited. Even after 1 year you can send question and we will reply. Here I suggest you to make a screenshot here, or I suggest you to visit our website. Like this, you can see, let's say, schedule for the class. You can actually tap the flashlight below this video, and you can visit LANDBOX website and see what's this course about. So here, if you took already screenshot, so I will let you do it maybe a few more seconds, and then I will go to the next slide. But actually you can check it on the website. So let's see next slide. But before, as you can see, we have 4 weeks, and for this for different week we have different schedule, different recipes. For example, during week 1 we will discuss choux pastry basics. We will discuss how to bake eclairs in all types of oven, home oven, convection, or deck oven. We will also check how to work with piping machine, or how to pipe eclairs by hand. You will also get a problem and solution book, which we will discuss later. And since the week 2 we will have quite a lot of different decoration techniques, which we will see now. So let's go to the next slides and see, yeah, week 1. So here we will discuss choux pastry basics, baking in home oven, convection, deck. We will also discuss small recipe for home production or small production, like a 2 kg recipe, and we will also discuss and show on the video how to make big large recipe for 20 kg of choux pastry for big productions. And your results after week 1 will be perfect and smooth eclairs in any oven. You will have knowledge and baking settings for each type of oven. So in the recipe book we have let's say pages where we mention all temperatures, baking times, and everything for all types of ovens. You will get 3 choux pastry recipes, and of course you will have piping skills, because we show how to pipe correctly, and you will know how to work with piping machine in case if you are working at production. And this is what we will have for the week number 2. As I told you, we will have different designs and recipes, so we can see actually what you're going to learn during week number 2. So we have classic shape eclairs with glazes or velvet effect, or with chocolate decoration. And also, for example, as you can see here, we will have also top decorated eclairs. So eclairs where you cut the top part and you decorate with cream, berries, or silicon molds, or macarons. So this is going to be during week number 2. Also, we have week number 3, and you are going to learn choux pastries with ring shape. During week number 3, yeah, it's all about ring shape. You will learn classics like Paris-Brest ring, raspberry ring. You will also learn different kinds of chocolate decoration. Of course, you will see chocolate tempering. And last week number 4, we have choux and chouquettes. So as you can see on the picture, so you will learn classic choux shape, but also you will learn chouquettes, and last thing that you will learn is eclairs with unusual shape. As I told you, we have eclairs and choux which we bake in the molds, so you will also learn how to bake eclairs in a mold. As you can see here, for example, we have eclair, which we call eclair drop. So this kind of eclair we bake in the mold. Then in this course you will see any oven, and so this course is suitable for any type of oven and any working conditions, because instead of making eclairs in convection oven or something else, we made eclairs in home oven, convection oven and deck oven. Like this, no matter where you're working, you will find, let's say, option for your conditions. Then also, as I told you, we have different options if we're talking about mixers. So we show how to make a small choux pastry recipe with KitchenAid mixer, but also, as you can see, we show how to make big 20 kg batch recipe for productions. So like this, if you are working at production and you would like to know how to make big volumes, how to produce 1000 eclairs per day, you will also find this in the course. And yeah, so about baking, as I told, we show how to bake in convection oven. So for example, if you have small KitchenAid mixer and you have convection oven, this is going to be suitable for small production. If you have deck oven and piping machine, we also have option for this, because we will show how to bake in deck ovens. We give all baking settings, and as you can see here, this is few shots from the course. So for example, here you can see piping machine and how Alexander explains about piping machine and also hand piping skills. Then of course you will have some questions during the course, and you will have main problems that every chef meets during the cooking process. We prepared special book, we call it Problems and Solutions. In this book you will find problem, you will find picture of this problem, and you will find solution how to fix this problem, how to avoid this problem, what to not to repeat this problem, not to have it next time. And also in the main recipe book, what you will see is we have all ingredients and their specifications. So we never mention only flour or butter or something else. We mention name of the ingredient, like butter. Then we write about composition, like how many percentage, how many percent of fat do we have. We write some brands, and we write if you can substitute this ingredient with something. If you can, we will mention it. If not, we mention no. So like this, you have all information about each ingredient, and no matter where do you live, if you can find the same ingredient, you will get the same results. We also mention in the recipe book equipment with different options. For example, we write convection oven, then we write some possible brands where you can find it, and we write some recommendations. And like this, you can easily check if your oven will work with this, or if you can find something similar or the same in your city, if you are planning to buy any oven. Also, as I said, we have three different choux pastry recipes for home oven, convection oven, and professional deck oven, and like a big production recipe for 20 kg, and also small recipe 2.5 kg for small productions. And we have here baking instructions for all types of ovens, including timing, temperatures, and all settings that you may have in your oven. If we ask who is this for and where to use, of course, I can say this is for, first of all, this is for shop owners and entrepreneurs, because if you have your own shop and you need to make your product range bigger, you need to have special, so you need to have professional recipes from real production, which has been tested already. So you need to be sure that it works, and you will have the same results for your shop. So like this, you will be sure that you have stable products. Then, of course, it will be suitable for pastry chefs, because if you are a pastry chef and you work at any production, you always need to have, so you always need to learn something new to grow up as a professional. And like this, if, for example, you will need to launch new products like eclairs for your production, if you work at hotel or in a pastry shop where they produce cakes only, so like this you can launch new product, increase the sales, and I think this is something that every pastry chef does at different productions. And home productions and startups, why this course is also suitable, because Alexander, he started from home and then he moved little by little to production. Like this, if you're planning to open your own production in the future, if you want to start little by little as Alexander has started, this will help you to organize your production correctly. So like this, you will avoid all mistakes, and you prepare everything step by step. You will know how to bake eclairs in any oven. You will know about product range, product assortment. You will know about baking settings, about ovens, about equipment. So as soon as you will need to buy any equipment, you already know what you need to buy, and that's it. So for this course, we have 1 year access. As I said, we have recipe book with 30 eclairs and 60, more than 60 recipes of fillings. Of course, baking settings for all types of ovens, hand piping and piping machine. So we explain also about this. 30 step-by-step videos, question answer book, equipment recommendations and options. And as we say, get more for less. But so the price, as you can see on the website now, is 1,155 euro. But as I told you, we have special offer, which I will mention a bit later. And now, as we say, now you have two ways. First way is self-learning, and you can spend, as Alexander did, approximately 2 years or more than 2 years. You can spend approximately 4,000 euro for all tests. You can do tests every day until you get perfect result, as he did, and you can spend quite a lot of time and money. So by learning yourself, you may have a lot less information, because at the beginning you never know where to find all information that you need, and you have not guaranteed results. So every time you do new recipes, like kind of not magic, but your result is not stable. And if you ask yourself, does it worth it? So I can say yes, but not in this way. Why not in this way? Because you spend too much time. And then other options that you may also have, it's consulting. If you have a production, you can invite any chef like Alexander. Usually price is 1,000 euro or 1,500 euro per day, and usually you invite chef for 3 days. and when you invite chef for 3 days, it will cost you 4,000 or 5,000 euro, including transport expenses and everything. So this is one more option that you can do if you have your production, but this is going to be quite expensive. Live classes, you can visit live classes, but now it's a bit difficult time to visit live classes, and for now it's also a bit difficult to find live classes only about eclairs. So it's not like a cakes. So cakes we can find everywhere, but about eclairs it's a bit more difficult to find classes. And usually when you visit live class, depending where do you live, but if you need to travel, it will cost you 2,000, 2,500 euro. I mean the class plus transport expenses. And pay attention, because during a live class you will never see, or it will be hardly ever to see real production equipment like a piping machine, deck oven and large professional mixer. Usually during the classes people do eclairs in small KitchenAid mixers, but technology for real production mixer and like a KitchenAid mixer, it's something totally different. And as many chefs say, I'll do it myself and it will be fast. For Alexander, it took more than 2 years, as you remember, and so when you don't have any information, so it always takes too much time to get first nice results. And about professional 20 kg big batch recipe for choux pastry, you will never ever find this in the book or internet or anywhere else, and that's why so he did this class, and this is kind of joint way, so you can easily save your time and money. During 4 weeks you will spend less than 1,000 euro. You will have all possible informations, and you will have 100 guaranteed results. And if you ask yourself, does it worth it? Of course, yes, because no need to spend time, no need to spend money. So all information is already prepared for you, and the only one thing that you need to do is just follow the chef, and that's it. So this is results that you will get right after the class. So you will be able to organize your own eclair production. You will know everything about baking settings for all types of ovens. You will know how to make perfect and smooth eclairs, which everybody wants to know. You will have 3 different recipes of choux pastry from real production, from Alexander's production. And also you will learn all shapes, like you will learn how to make eclairs, choux, eclairs baked in a mold, chouquettes and other eclairs and choux pastry shapes, all possible shapes. You will be able to launch more than 30 different eclairs for your shop. I mean, so right after the class, as soon as you get the book, you will be able to open your shop already, because you already have your product range. So you will have product range, and no matter if you sell from home or from small production or already from big production, you already have flavors that you just can take and sell. So no need to think what product assortment you should have. Also, you will learn how to calculate food cost and price, and even after today's class we will send you the file. You will get this at the end of the class, and you will be able to calculate food cost and price, as I told you. And you will learn all types of decoration. So you will know about eclair glazing, you will know about velvet spraying, you will know about chocolate tempering, chocolate decoration, so any type of decoration that exists for eclairs. So you will see everything, and of course you will increase sales for your shop. So if you already have production and you sell cakes, of course if you launch new products you will increase sales, because people will buy new products too. And also, as I told you, what you should do to have the same results. As I say, just repeat after the chef, because if you follow expert who already has all knowledge, and so Alexander, he has done all mistakes in advance, and so if you have a person who can tell you how to avoid these mistakes, how to get nice and perfect eclairs, how to get perfect result, this is going to be much faster and easier than do it yourself. And so here, just ask this question, and what do you prefer? So do you prefer to do everything yourself and spend maybe 2 years or more, or you just need to follow experts, and right after 4 weeks you will get the same results? So this is, I think, question where we don't need any answer. And as I told you before, who wants to get the best offer for Flashland? So because at the beginning of our presentation, I told you that at the end of the class, we will have special offer for participants. So let me know in the chat if you would like to get the best offer for Flashland. And then I'll show you what offer do we have today. And then we'll go forward. So just let me check one thing. So as you can see, so already you can see that yeah, many of you want to get special price. So the real Flashland price from our website is 1,475 euro for the course, but as you know, we have now minus 22% off, so you can see this on the website, and for now the price is 1,155 euro. So we have like a 22% off for now, but as I told you, for all live class participants we have special offer. And special offer, we're going to add additional 20% for our class, and we will have now, so the special offer for participants is minus 42%, and we have now actual price is 915 euro. And yeah, so this price is going to be available for 24 hours. But you can leave prepayment to book your special price for 48 hours. So if you leave prepayment, then we will book this special price for you. As you can see under the video, you have discount button. Just click it, and so you will open the discount page where you can use your special offer that we prepared for participants only. And if you would like to book your special discount for participants, just click the button below, enter your details, I mean name, email and phone, and choose go to partial payment. So this is the button which has green color. Then as soon as you click this button, go to partial payment, you just choose your favorite payment method, and then you just do prepayment, and we will book for you special offer for 48 hours, because for now you may be busy, or you need to think a bit if you would like to join this course or not, and like this you can save your discount. So very easy information. Just click the button, enter details, get started, and click get started. Choose go to partial payment, choose your favorite payment methods, and done. And so about our available payment methods, we have Visa, we have MasterCard, we have PayPal, but this you will see on the payment page. And if you ask about installments, so we have one-time payment, it's 915 euros, and we have installments. So if you'd like to have installments option, we also have it. You can choose it on the payment page. We can divide this into 3 payments, and that's it. And also we have bonuses for those who's really fast. So if you join this course today or in 24 hours, we will send you additional bonuses, which is, so they are out of our program. We don't include them in the main program. And as an additional bonus, we send them to our live class participants. So first bonus is going to be additional eclair recipe book, so with 10 recipes, and the value of these books is 200 euros. So these are recipes from Alexander's production. So this is real recipes from real production, and for the main program we have 30 recipes, but then we'll send you 10 more additional recipes, additional book. Second bonus is going to be 2 stencils layouts plus feeders comp layout. So as you can see, we have these things for different kind of decoration, to make feeders, or to make to cut chocolate decoration, or to put this layouts on top of chocolate and spray to make different types of decoration for the top of eclairs. And you just can take this you just can take these layouts, and then you can go to the local company who can cut stainless steel stencil for feeders, and also you can cut like a plastic plastic stencils, for let's say different decorations, different chocolate decorations, which you can put on top of eclairs. This is the second bonus. Third bonus is exclusive packaging design with sizes. So as we discussed before, packaging is important, but for the moment, I guess many of you don't want to spend time and money for designers to make packaging design, and also to make these layouts. That's why we prepared for you ready-made packaging with all sizes and designs, and also labels. And you just can go to the local typography. You can print your own packaging. You already will have all sizes. You already have everything. So for example, let me show here. So this is how it will look like. So you just take this layout, you go to local typography, and you say that, okay, I have these sizes, I have this design, please print it for me, and you just pay for printing. They will print, cut this packaging for you, or labels, and then you just use it, because to make your layouts for the packaging, it will cost approximately 1,200 euro. So here, as a bonus, we will give you this for free, and so that's why it's a very nice bonus. And this is, let's say, the biggest bonus from all for today, just because packaging is a really big story, and it's quite difficult thing. That's why it's nice to have ready-made sizes. And bonus number 4, as you can see, we have 2 different molds for eclair decoration. So this is silicon molds where you put cream or anything else, and then you put this on top of your eclairs, and then we have files for 3D printing, and you just need to print these models, then take silicon, and you can do your own mold, and you will have the same final result as you can see on the picture. And value of this is 500 euros. So if you will go and make your own 3D models, then it will cost quite a lot, because it's kind of design, and we just took ready-made molds from Alexander, and what you need to do is just to print these models, go to I don't know, place where you can find 3D printers, print it, buy food silicon, and make your own molds. And we will also send you tutorial about silicon mold making. So like this, you can print and make your own mold. And maybe in the future you can do your own designed molds for eclairs. So this is the final bonus list that we have. And finally, if you join the course today, what you will get is additional recipe book, 2 stencils layouts plus feeder scones layout, exclusive packaging design and sizes, and also labels, ready-made labels, ready-made packaging, and files for 3D printing with 2 exclusive molds from Alexander. And so total bonus value is 2,200 euro, which is quite a lot. So if you do it yourself, if you will try to, let's say, create each bonus, if you go to typography, if you hire designer to make your own packaging, so this will cost you quite a lot. So that's why we propose you here to get it for free as a bonus, and that's it. And for those who fill out registration form now, we will send a PDF list with equipment and ingredients. So what I mean by fill out registration form, if you click discount button and you open the page and fill out the details, I mean name, email, and phone number, then we will send you a PDF list with ingredients and equipment that you will need for eclair production. So this is also a nice thing for those who just start. You will see what ovens you will need, what ingredients you will need, so you will see everything that you will need. And so send please in the chat if you have any questions about the payment. So here I have like a basic questions about the payment that we usually receive. As you may have question about installments, I replied already. Do you have installments? Yes, we have. What payment methods do you have? I also showed you before. When I will receive all bonuses as soon as you join the course, at the end of the course program, you will receive all bonuses. And may I do payment tomorrow? So yes, you still have 24 hours, and then you can leave prepayment to book your discount for 48 hours. And do you guarantee result after the course? Yes, of course. As I told you, after the course, I showed you results that you will have. And yeah, so if you have any other questions, just send me, and so we will discuss them now or later, right after the class. So what to do right after payment, because I see some people have paid already, because I joined the course, paid, wait for login details. I'm going to pay in a couple of minutes. So right after payment, just check your email box, receive your login and password, and open first lesson and start learning, of course. So you will receive all information by email right after payment. So this is how it works here. And just let me know if you already joined the course. Send this in the chat, because I see few people already joined it. And if you do it now, or if you already joined it, let me know in the chat, and then as soon as I see all answers, we will go to main equipment for eclair production, and yeah, we will continue with our presentation. So just let's wait. It's say to join Drageland, is that correct? No, it will show you to join Flashland. Yeah, probably you opened the wrong page, but click the button below the video and you will open discount page for Flashland. So I see one chef prepaid, hope to start the course soon. So let's continue with the main presentation. Now we are going to, so that's it for the Flashland presentation. Let's discuss main equipment for eclairs, and we're going to discuss now equipment for small startups and big productions, large productions. So I'm going to ask Alexander the questions one by one. First of all, let's discuss planetary mixers, and then we will go to ovens, piping machines, and other things. And if you will have any questions about payment or everything, if you have difficulties, just let me know, and yeah, and then I will tell you what to do. I did click on discount button below the video, so just try once again. Now it should be okay. So let's continue with the equipment for eclair production. Расскажи вот сейчас о планетарных миксерах. Сейчас мы начинаем обсуждать оборудование, и получается нам нужно начать с планетарных миксеров, их особенностей, и затем мы уже только потом пойдем к духовкам. То есть сначала обсудим планетарные миксеры, потому что кто-то готовит на дому, они пользуются KitchenAid, кто-то готовит на производстве, у них, так скажем, большое профессиональное оборудование, большие миксеры. Какие особенности там?
Ну, расскажу прежде всего о тех объемах, которые уже, ну, при которых можно обойтись обычным, да, небольшим миксером, и когда уже вам необходимо переходить на какие-то более габаритные, на какое-то более габаритное оборудование. Если мы говорим о изготовлении конкретно изделий, эклеров в размере там, порядка 100 штук в день, может быть даже меньше, там, ну, меньше 100 до 100, да, вот так вот. Вполне можно обойтись средним миксером. В принципе, подойдет и KitchenAid, там, и Kenwood, любая другая фирма, не суть. Ну, то есть планетарный миксер где-то до 6-7 килограмм дежа должна быть. Тогда это поможет, что он сделать? Хороший промес. Ее будет достаточно для вашего объема, причем сделать можно его будет за раз, не разбивать процесс там, на 2 и 3 более. Поэтому на первых порах можно обойтись и таким оборудованием. Если мы будем говорить уже о более серьезных объемах за более 100 штук, да, то есть где-то уже порядка 500, то тут уже надо вам будет подумать об оборудовании чуть побольше. Примерно вам потребуется дежа где-то от 10 килограмм минимум до 20. То есть такие среднегабаритные миксеры, которые могут вам помочь сделать именно этот объем теста за раз, там, ну или 2 раза, да, в зависимости от того, сколько вам надо сделать будет за день. Производители есть различные, есть и азиатские компании, европейские. Тут уже дело как бы кто насколько должен, готов вложиться в оборудование. Но скажу сразу, что лучше, если вы созрели на такую покупку, брать, конечно, более проверенные фирмы и уже полагаться на них, потому что оборудование тоже имеет большое значение. Если мы говорим о более серьезных объемах, тогда уже, конечно, мы говорим о ДЖ свыше 20 килограмм, да, то есть больших таких планетарных миксерах, там 50, 60, 70 и более, да, которые, во-первых, потребуют уже, понятно, большого места для установки, то есть это уже не домашняя кухня, как минимум. Ну, я думаю, такие объемы, понятно, на домашней кухне уже никто не делает. По замесам вся информация есть у нас, поэтому на любом миксере вы сможете сделать то тесто, которое вам потребуется.
So, if we're talking about planetary mixer, there are two different kinds. First is like a KitchenAid or small home planetary mixer, Kenwood, KitchenAid, no matter. And second is professional, a large planetary mixer for production. Of course, depending on how large your production is, you choose certain planetary mixer. So, if you would like to make 2 maximum 3 kg recipe, it's enough to have a small planetary mixer with a mixing bowl which is approximately 5.6 or 6 liters. And yeah, so at least сколько можно за раз делать в KitchenAid, допустим, eclair, если поштучно говорить?
Если поштучно, можно максимум замешать рецепт на где-то 100.
So if you would like to make 100 eclairs at once, so a small planetary mixer will be enough because you do one recipe and it will be enough for 100 eclairs. If you would like to make at least 500 or 700 eclairs, then you will need a big planetary mixer. So if we're talking about brands, for small planetary mixer we have like standard thing like KitchenAid or Kenwood, or we have other options but not so famous as this. And if we're talking about large planetary mixer, Alexander suggests to take let's say European brands, because like this you will be 100% sure that it will work nicely, correctly, and you will be sure in your future result. So that's why he suggests to take European brands. About attachment, so we use pedal attachment, and for small planetary mixer we have pedal attachment with silicone scraper. So this is also nice to have. Like this you can mix nicely your choux pastry during mixing when you add the eggs. So it's good to have. With a large planetary mixer you may have scraper with silicone, like a silicone scraper, or if you don't have it, just you stop machine from time to time and you scrape with the large spatula, and that's it. So next let's talk about ovens. If you have questions about planetary mixers and you still didn't send it, please send it. Then let's discuss ovens. So we have home oven, convection oven, and deck oven. So I saw quite a lot of questions about ovens, because oven, this is the biggest question when we're doing eclairs. And now I'm going to ask about ovens and their difference. And then we will compare all these ovens. We will check table that we prepared for you. So let's check it now. Духовки. Есть вот домашняя, конвекционная и производственная, вот именно подовая. Что лучше и в какой духовке возможно делать эклеры ровные, в какой невозможно, или же с чего лучше начать, и вот какая духовка вообще в принципе лучше будет?
Так, ну если мы будем с вами говорить о печах, духовках, в которых вы будете отпекать ваши эклеры, то, конечно, в принципе, выпечь эклер можно абсолютно в любой печи, так как не вижу препятствий для того, чтобы сделать нормальный эклер, даже там самой обычной духовой, бытовой печи, то есть с которой я сам, собственно, сам и начинал в свое время. Самое главное понимать, как это сделать. Также зачастую бренд даже не особо важен, потому что если вы имеете понимание, как это делается, хорошую рецептуру отработанную, то в принципе это не составит большого труда. Тут вопрос больше в другом. Какой объем вы планируете производить? И начнем с того, что на домашней печи, на обычной бытовой, конечно, объемы будут не такие большие, да, и не получится сделать их много, потому что есть особенность работы с этой печью, так как за раз не получится испечь больше, скажем, 15 эклеров качественно. Плюс мы учитываем, да, отбраковку. То есть есть определенные ограничения. Но для домашних слоев также подойдут полупрофессиональные печи, в том числе есть и подовые, есть и пароконвектоматы. Сейчас очень большой ассортимент таких среднегабаритных печей, которые можно установить даже дома. Но опять же, тут не получится сделать большой объем. О производстве, тут смотрите, конечно, эклеры пекутся и в конвекционной печи, и в подовой печи, и везде есть свои особенности. Вопрос, опять же, какой у вас будет процент отбраковки, сколько на это потребуется времени, потому что у каждой, будь то пароконвектомат, либо подовая печь, есть тоже свои временные рамки. Где-то будет печься дольше, где-то наоборот быстрее. В конвекции эклеры отпекаются, конечно, быстрее, но есть, скорее всего, больше вероятности того, что у вас будет большая отбраковка. Минимизировать ее довольно сложно, потому что особенности печи. Но эклеры получаются тоже хорошо, и то есть, это вопрос уже немножко иной. По поду минимальные потери при достойной настройке печи, да, и, собственно, понимание процессов. Оптимальный универсальный вариант, и даже если вы будете покупать маленькую печь, среднюю или большую подовую, то, в принципе, можно всегда сделать хороший качественный продукт.
So about ovens. So first of all, you can do eclairs in any oven. The only one thing that you need to do is some tests. And if we compare one oven with others, here we have home oven, convection oven, and deck oven. As you can see, in home oven we have quite smooth baking. In convection oven we have aggressive baking, and we need to pay attention more. And in deck oven we have very stable and very smooth baking. How to choose, how to decide which oven do I need? It's all about your volumes. If you are a beginner and you just started and you are home baker, of course you will work with home oven. Probably if you work at production, you need to start with the convection oven, and then if you see that you sell a lot, then you can start to think about deck oven, because you can actually bake quite a lot of eclairs in convection oven, but if we compare this with the deck oven, of course you can bake at once a lot less. It's like if in deck oven you can bake maybe 200, 300 eclairs easily, so in convection oven you will not bake more than 60 eclairs, for example, depending on convection oven. So how you choose is just all about money that you are ready to spend and your volumes. If you do 1000 eclairs per day, of course you will need your deck oven. And so as you can see about defective products, in deck oven we have always less than 10% of defective products. I mean eclairs which cracked on top or on the bottom or somewhere else. And in convection oven you will need to have nice baking settings to have, let's say, minimum defective products. So like this, you may have also less than 10% of defective products. And home oven, when you bake 10-12 eclairs maximum at once, of course you need to be ready that from 1 until 3 eclairs it is going to be like a defective product. And so here you have no choice with home oven, but actually if you have stable recipe and stable home oven, you can actually may have less than 2, you may have only 1 defective eclair, and that's it. If we're checking baking settings in home oven, we don't have much baking settings. We have only temperature and convection. If we're talking about convection oven, so we may have our baking program with our baking settings. So you can, let's say, adapt your convection oven with your baking settings. In deck oven, so we have quite a lot of different baking settings. You can change baking temperature, you can change how strong the heat will be. You can check temperature on top and on the bottom, and also in the some of deck ovens you can change it on the sides. This is how it works for ovens. Actually, you can use any oven, but depending on which oven you're using, you need to choose, you need to pay attention at certain moments, and that's it. Then let's talk about piping machine and hand piping. What's the difference, and where do we need to buy and start to use piping machine, and when it's okay to use hand piping? Вот когда вы начали работать с отсадочной машиной, вот когда она нужна и в чем разница между ручной отсадкой и машинной, и вот вообще нужна ли машина?
Так, при ручной отсадке и машинной отсадке есть, конечно, большая разница, и она заключается в том, что ручной отсадкой максимум, что вы сможете отсадить, это 1000 эклеров в день, но это при весьма хорошем уровне вообще вашего навыка. Но вопрос, есть ли в этом смысл. Если вы хотите получать качественный продукт и стабильный, то, конечно, при таких объемах мы разумнее, вернее, говорить о какой-то автоматизации вашего производства и, в частности, о приобретении осадочной машины. При меньших объемах, там, в пределах 500 эклеров, смысла в машине абсолютно нет, и можно обойтись абсолютно ручной отсадкой, не теряя в этом вообще ничего, но экономив значительные средства при вообще производстве своих продуктов и не делать каких-то поспешных шагов, потому что часто бывает так, когда люди покупают отсадочную машину, думая, что это облегчит их будни, но получается так, что машина это не панацея, а больше помощник на кухне, в цеху, и он все равно требует определенного внимания. То есть не будет такого, что человек станет и будет просто нажимать на кнопки и получать идеальные эклеры. Там тоже необходима работа оператора, то есть пекаря, который конкретно будет отсаживать на этом оборудовании. Потому что есть нюансы также настроек, и плюс калибровка требуется при разности текстур теста, это тоже бывает, да, в зависимости от тех ингредиентов, которые вы используете в конкретный момент. Поэтому плюс или минус отсадочная машина, конечно, плюс, но при определенных условиях. Вот. Но не следует брезговать также и ручной отсадкой, потому что это помогает немножко сэкономить до определенного момента. Понятно, когда вы понимаете, что все, вам необходимо расширяться, увеличивать производство, тогда да. А если нет, то я рекомендовал бы оставаться на ручном режиме, скажем так, потому что это только вопрос масштаба, насколько вы готовы вкладывать и насколько это вам вообще, в принципе, рационально.
So about piping machine and hand piping, what's the difference? It's of course when you do hand piping, you need to have some skills to pipe nice and even eclairs. When you have piping machine, of course, you will always have perfect result. And this is the first difference. Second difference is if you have piping machine, you can produce 4,000, 5,000 eclairs per day. If you do hand piping, you will produce 400 and 750 pieces per day maximum. So this is all about volume. If you ask question, when do I need piping machine? So as soon as you start produce more than 500 eclairs per day, then probably you will need to have piping machine, because like this you will grow up, your production will grow up and volumes will grow up. So with piping machine, as I told you, you will always have stable result. For hand piping, you just need to have some skills and that's it. This is the difference between piping machine, hand piping. Also, which brands to use? There are different brands, and so depending how many eclairs you would like to produce per day, what result you want to have at the end, and which choux pastry recipe you are using. So if you know all these moments, then like this you can choose suitable piping machine for your production exactly. And that's it. So if you have any question about piping machine, especially because hand piping probably everybody has done before, but maybe you have some question about piping machine. And we have last step before bonuses. We have ingredients, and ways to achieve perfect and smooth eclairs. So let's talk about ingredients, because this is one of the ways how we can achieve perfect eclairs. So I'm going to ask additional questions about ingredients, and if you have questions about these main ingredients for choux pastry, then so send your questions in the chat and I will ask Alexander, because so we're closer and closer to our final stage with the question answer. And so yes, let's start. Расскажи об основных ингредиентах: мука, яйца, молоко, масло. Какие процентовки ты используешь и почему, в принципе, вот важно соблюдать эти процентовки для того, чтобы получить вот прям супер идеальные эклеры? В чем здесь особенность?
Так, начнем с вами тогда с яйца. Яйцо – это немаловажный продукт, вернее, ингредиент, который вам необходим при производстве заварного теста. И оптимально брать первую категорию. Это, ну, если быть точнее, без скорлупы, яйцо должно весить 55 грамм. Для чего это необходимо? Для того, чтобы получить баланс жиров и воды. То есть, как мы знаем, есть в яйце у нас белок и желток. Да? Желток – жир, белок – это вода. Если у нас будет нарушаться пропорция, ну не то что нарушаться, да, отходить от стандарта, который мы сейчас говорим, то ваш текст также будет варьироваться и в качестве, в стабильности. Если больше желтка, то тесто будет более жирное, если больше воды, то тесто будет более жидкое и менее стабильное. Вот, поэтому всегда важно иметь в виду, что если вы берете яйцо другой категории, и по весу оно будет, конечно, больше, если это отборное, это уже порядка 60 грамм, то белка там будет больше, и ваше тесто, скорее всего, будет жиже. Если наоборот, то оно будет гуще. Вот, по маслу. Мы используем у себя масло 82,5%, то есть это оптимальная жирность для масла, это, в принципе, довольно распространенное масло, поэтому меньше я бы не советовал брать, можно брать больше, 84%, но также при формировании рецептуры или работы уже с готовой необходимо это будет учитывать. Если вы берете масло более жирное, то берете процент чуть меньше относительно других ингредиентов. И также можно комбинировать яйцо категорию и еще плюс масло. Если вы берете масло менее жирное, то есть смысл добавить отдельно желток. Или взять яйцо меньшей категории для того, чтобы уравновесить именно жировой баланс. Если мы говорим о масле наоборот, чуть более высокого процента, там условно 84, то, конечно, есть смысл взять яйцо иной категории, чуть выше, для того, чтобы добавить чуть больше жидкости, уравновесить баланс именно, опять же, воды, жиров. Ну, это так вот поверхностно о том, что может быть и как они могут взаимодействовать, именно яйцо и масло. Молоко или вода, да, всегда вопрос, и как их использовать, в каком соотношении. Универсальная процентовка это 50 на 50, когда смешивают молоко и воду. Но они могут варьироваться абсолютно в любых процентах, поэтому как бы мы у себя на производстве делаем примерно 60 на 40. 60% молока, 40% воды. Это все связано опять же с вашей рецептурой, как вы строите рецептуру и баланс опять же воды и жира. Вот. Молоко может быть натуральное, то есть пастеризованное, либо ультрапастеризованное, чуть более длительного срока годности. Но я бы не рекомендовал брать молоко жирности больше, чем 3,2%. Это максимум процент жира, который следует брать для нашего теста, потому что это может влиять на заварку самого заварного теста и конкретно на муку. То есть, придерживайтесь этих процентов, и этого будет достаточно. По муке это один из самых главных ингредиентов. Тут тоже всегда очень много вопросов по качеству муки, какую брать муку. Всегда в классическом исполнении берется мука из мягких сортов пшеницы, тип 2.0, может быть также тип и 45, и 55, это все проценты зольности, то есть насколько чистая мука будет у вас. Чем меньше процент зольности, тем, соответственно, у вас чище будет мука, белее. Есть экстра сорт, это вот уже тип 2.0, она будет более белой, похожа на крахмал. И обычный сорт выше, это у нас где-то типа 55, как обычно, до 45, в зависимости от производителей. Это влияет на то, насколько ваша мука будет напитываться жидкостью, которую вы в нее вводите. Чем мука чище, тем, соответственно, она более восприимчива для жидкости, и тесто у вас будет гуще. И то есть, если вы в рецептуре видите муку, к примеру, 2.0 тип, и вы берете муку чуть чище, то, скорее всего, ваше тесто будет гуще, и с ним будет тяжело работать, и эклеры будут сильно рваться. Даже если, несмотря на то, что у вас будет баланс. Поэтому тоже этот фактор учитывайте и применяйте. Мука должна быть также еще, помимо всего, сильной. Среднее значение это 13 грамм белка, которое вам поможет усреднить именно качество замеса. Как-то так.
About ingredients. So let's start with butter. What do we use for choux pastry? We use butter, which is 82% of fat, because in choux pastry it's always important to have final fat percentage, and that's why we should use certain butter, which is 82%. If you don't have right amount of fat, then recipe will not work in a correct way. So that's why you need to have not only certain amount fat in the butter, but certain amount of fat in the final recipe, because also from where you get this fat in your recipe, you also have milk and you also have eggs, which so you have egg yolks, and from these two ingredients you will also get this fat. That's why each ingredient is very important. So if you take butter, so take 82% butter. If we're talking about eggs, so eggs we usually take, as we call it, first category. What does it mean? It means that eggs without shell, if you scale them, it should be 50-55 grams maximum. So this is all about eggs. Like this, you will have certain amount of egg white, certain amount of egg yolk, and like this you will have right balance between fat and water and fat in your recipe. So you will have, as I said before, you have fat from the butter, but also you will have some fat from the egg yolk, and that's why it's important to take the eggs, which is 50-55 grams without the shell. So it's certain size, because you may have smaller eggs, you may have bigger, and if you take large eggs, so you will have too much water in your recipe, and your choux pastry, your eclairs will explode too much. That's why they will crack. If we're talking about flour, we take flour where we have 13% of protein, so we need actually strong flour, because if you don't have strong enough flour, they will not rise up, they will not puff, as we say, and so that's why we take pastry flour with 13% of protein. So you can actually check this on the packaging, and yeah, just take right flour. Then we have milk, and many people always ask, do we use only milk, or we use water only, or we use milk and water? So standard, we use half milk, half water. And so here we use milk 2.5 or 3.2% fat maximum, depending on your butter and final recipe and ingredients in your country. It may change. So basically Alexander used 2.5% fat milk, but sometimes when he traveled, he used 3.2% fat milk. So this is, as he told before, to reach final fat percentage in the recipe, he can balance some of the ingredients, because eggs may change, butter also may change, and also milk could be different in different countries. Then must-have list for perfect and smooth eclairs. If you still have any questions about ingredients, just send them in the chat, because we are almost ready for question answer. So for must-have list, what we should have choux pastry recipe, of course. We must have nice ovens, and we should know for them baking settings. We need to have piping nozzle. We need to have piping skills if we don't have piping machines. And of course we need to have a bit of magic, because choux pastry is always something something about the magic. So I see some questions about flour. For example, I see, is the 13% protein flour bread or it's pastry flour? So it's pastry flour, of course, and yeah, keep sending the questions about ingredients. Soon we will discuss all of them. And before question answer, last reminder. So for those who just connected now, so we have special price for Flashland, which is which available for 24 hours, and you can leave prepayment to book your special price for 48 hours. And how to book your special price? So click the button discount below, enter your details and click get started. Choose go to partial payment, which is a green button, you will see it, and then choose your favorite payment methods, and right after this, right after payments, we will book for you a special price for 48 hours. So as I said before, we have one-time payment and installments. So for one-time payment, it will be a special price will be 915 euro. For installments, it will be 3 months. So we're going to have 305 euro each payment. Available payment methods, as you can see on the payment page, and bonuses who will, for those who will join Flashland today. So let me just remind you, if you will join Flashland today, we will send you additional recipe book with 10 recipes. We will send you 2 stencils layout plus feeders comp layout. So as you can see on the picture, so you will take these files, you will go to local factory and they will cut with these sizes for you these 2 stencils layouts and feeders comp layout. So like this, it will be much easier to make different decorations for your eclairs. Bonus number 3, the biggest bonus for today, we will send you prepared files for the packaging if you have any plans to make your own packaging. So you don't need to hire any designer or pay for the layouts. So it's already prepared for you for the packaging and also for labels with ready-made design, with ready-made sizes. You just go, print and done. So your packaging will be ready much faster. So this is actually packaging from Alexander's shop. This is exclusive packaging. Nobody in the world has this packaging for the moment. And if you will join, so then you will have the same for your. So this is how it looks like, I mean the packaging. And yeah, the last bonus, number 4, we have 2 files for 3D printing with designed molds, which you just can print and then you can do your silicon molds. So we will also send you tutorial for silicon mold, and that's it. You just take these files, go and print, and then use it for your own silicon mold making. And this is total for our bonuses. It's like we have additional recipe book, 2 stencil layouts plus feeders comp layouts, exclusive packaging design. Then we have files for the 3D printing with 2 exclusive molds, and total bonus value that you will get is 2,200 euro, and that's it. And this is results that you will get right after the course. I mean, just in 1 month, this is all that you will have. So you will be eclair production expert, and so you will have these results. So you will be able to organize your production. You will know all baking settings for any type of oven. You will know how to make perfect eclairs. Also, you will have 3 different recipes for home production, deck oven and convection oven. You will know all pastry choux pastry shapes, like classic eclairs, top decorated eclairs, choux rings, molded eclairs. You will be able to launch 30 new different eclairs for your shop, for your sales increase the sales. Also, you will learn how to calculate food cost, and you will also learn all types of decoration, like glazes, chocolate velvet spray, piped cream decoration, meringues, and other type of decoration for eclairs. And now, finally, let's answer all questions that we have. So I will ask questions one by one. I'm going to scroll up and see all questions that you sent me during the class, and we're going to answer one by one. So let's start with first questions. Let me check. If you have any question about joining the course and about payments, and we will answer them now also. 1 second, I'm searching for first question. Допустим, вопрос, как получить эклер, который не трескается наверху? Какие могут быть основные причины? Но как бы здесь, так скажем, ответим настолько, насколько мы сможем, потому что фактически там рецепт приготовить не сможем, но хотя бы хоть какие-то основные причины.
Так, ну почему эклеры трескаются сверху, именно сверху? Есть несколько нюансов. Первый, основной, это настройка вашей печи. То есть я бы рекомендовал, наверное, чуть меньше сделать верхний нагрев, если мы говорим о подовой печи или домашней печи, вверх-вниз. Ну, в основном такой порыв, конечно, происходит в подовых печах, но не исключение и конвекция. Тут надо понимать, если мы говорим о конвекции, насколько ваше тесто сбалансировано в жирах. То есть, возможно, надо будет добавить немного сливочного масла, либо взять яйцо меньшей категории, либо, опять же, добавить немного желтка, как вариант. Но это случай конвекции. Возможно, если вы работаете на конвекции, заменить полностью все на молоко. Добавить чуть больше, на где-то 10% от обычной для вас массы молока, ну, в жидкости. Вот, и попробовать так. Если говорим об ингредиентах, по печам, в конвекции также можно уменьшить температуру градусов на 5-10 максимум. И в поде то же самое, где-то градусов на 10 уменьшить верхний тен. Ну, в принципе, это, наверное, вот должно получиться. Ну, и также вообще при разрывах надо иметь в виду, что если у вас рвутся эклеры, как правило, то здесь у вас две причины. Температура, ее надо понижать, либо сделать тесто чуть жиже, добавить чуть больше молока с водой, возможно, либо добавить яйца в конце чуть больше. Процентов на 2-5 максимум.
So if your eclairs cracked on top, what could be the problem? First, you need to check your recipe, and you need to check if you have enough of fat. For example, you can try to change water completely, to switch water with the milk and use milk only. You can check baking settings, because sometimes you may have aggressive baking, and you need to check your baking settings and maybe make it, let's say, smoother, so not too aggressive. And also you may add at the end a bit more eggs to make the choux pastry dough a bit more, let's say, liquid, but just a bit. And finally, if you do all of these steps and you do some tests, then it may help. Можно ли так, сейчас why recorded, та-та-та. So I'm checking next questions because I scroll up at the beginning of the class to the beginning. Eclair, savory, buns, participate class, can have access. Ну, такой очень простой. Можно ли замораживать крем, заварной крем в кондитерской форме силиконовой? Ну, то есть отсадил крем в форму силиконовую и заморозил. Так же можно?
Ну да, конечно. Если ваш крем подразумевает заморозку, то, конечно, можно заморозить его в любой форме, неважно в чем.
So, there was a question, can we freeze pastry cream in silicone mold and then take it out and use it? Yes, the answer is yes. If you know that you are able to freeze this recipe that you use, this pastry cream recipe that you have, then you have no problem. So you just can pipe this cream into silicone mold and freeze without any problem. Take out, maybe glaze or spray, but yes, you can do it. Как влияет разная мука на финальный вид эклера? То есть вот такой вопрос, но, возможно, имеют в виду, что там есть более сильная мука, более слабая, но просто написали разные типы муки, как влияют на финальный результат эклера.
Ну, во-первых, по значению муки несколько моментов есть. Первый – это плотность. корочки, которые образуются. Это происходит, если у вас мука хорошая, очень, да, сильная, то корочка ваша будет чуть плотнее, потому что тело эклера, оно покрывается более плотным каркасом, и при определенной силе мука также способствует еще сдерживанию как раз порывов при хорошем балансе вообще других ингредиентов в вашем тесте. Второй момент – это вкус, конечно же. Чем лучше ваша мука, тем, соответственно, будет тесто вкуснее. Плюс на это еще влияет также сливочное масло, и молоко или вода, что вы используете. И баланс, конечно, соли и сахара. Вот. Если мы говорим о вкусе. Но мука немаловажное значение имеет в этом тоже. Вот. То есть каркас, прочность оболочки. Второе, непосредственно вкус. Если у вас мука будет более слабая, то, скорее всего, эклеры у вас поднимутся чуть ниже. Они будут более такие тоннелевидные. Если мы говорим о более сильной муке, то, во-первых, главный плюс в том, что вы с этим тестом сможете работать гораздо дольше. Если мы говорим о слабой муке, то это где-то в пределах 5-6 часов максимум. О хорошем качестве муки и нужном балансе вашего рецепта с тестом можно работать хоть на следующий день и даже убирать в холодильник. Поэтому тут уже вопрос, насколько вам надо и долго работать с тестом, и надо ли вам это вообще, в принципе, да, или можно обойтись тестом, если вы работаете, 20 штук вам надо сделать, то можно и взять обычную муку, вот, но при этом надо правильно сделать баланс именно в рецептуре.
So there was a question how different types of flour affect the eclairs. So as he said, if you are using, for example, strong flour, as we said before, final eclair will be crunchy outside, it will rise up, it will puff quite nicely, and you can work with this dough during a long time. I mean, you prepare the choux pastry dough, and then you can leave it for a few hours, and then right after a few hours you can still take this dough and work with this, I mean pipe and bake. If we're talking about not strong flour with let's say not so high amount of protein, what first thing that you will see, they will be softer, they will not rise up nicely, and you're not able to work with this choux pastry dough for a long time. So you need to make this dough, and you have just few hours, like 2-3 hours, to pipe them and bake. Otherwise, after they will not rise up at all. So this is how different types of flour affect the eclairs, and that's why it's important to choose right flour. So let's check next question. Так. So I see the question, do you think the packaging would be simple or creative? Вот по упаковке вы стремитесь к более простой или же наоборот более цветастой такой, разноцветной, или же наоборот вот дизайн какой?
Дизайн упаковки обычно он в нашем случае адаптируется, во-первых, это на сезоны, потому что у нас каждый сезон, будь то весна, осень, зима, лето, мы меняем какую-то именно стилизацию того, что у нас принтуется на коробке. И также периодически мы вообще, в принципе, обновляем дизайн. Это примерно происходит где-то раз в год, когда мы нашу композицию, если мы говорим о сезонах, мы меняем какие-то цвета, тональность, незначительные элементы. Если мы говорим вообще о смене принта, то понятно, что мы что-то меняем в стилизации, либо вообще, в принципе, меняем идею того, что мы вкладывали, например, год назад. И также меняем периодически, в частности, кофр, то есть в то, что вставляется коробочка. В зависимости от каких-то праздников, это у нас может быть Новый год, либо День мамы, 8 марта. То есть такие вот 3 праздника, когда мы можем применить какие-то такие доп. Визуалы.
So about packaging, should it be simple or creative? Alexander said that first of all, they adapted, let's say, to the local market, because somewhere people like simple packaging, somewhere people like, let's say, more creative packaging with interesting prints, and also they adapted to let's say, time of the year. If, for example, we celebrate New Year, they may have some prints with so they may have New Year prints, Christmas prints, or if we celebrate 8 March, we also may have, or 14 February, we also may have different prints depending when they sell. For basic packaging, they update it once in a year, and when we celebrate something, so depending when it's going to be, but also no more than once a year, I guess. So this is how they have the standard packaging for whole year, and for certain days they may print small volumes just to sell it, maybe like for 1 week, and that's it. Then let's check next question. What's the best packaging material that preserved the freshness of eclair? Какой лучший материал для упаковки эклерной именно? Самый практичный, который вот в нем все отлично будет храниться. Ну, что упаковали, они все там останутся.
Ну, именно коробка, которая упаковочная.
Да, упаковочная. Вот.
Есть такой мягко ламинированный картон. Он толщиной всего чуть меньше миллиметра, там 0,7, по-моему, миллиметра. У нее идет тонкая мягкая ламинация сверху, то есть не пленка, да, не плотная. Вот. В чем плюсы? Во-первых, это не сильная глянцевость и возможность нанесения абсолютно любого принта непосредственно на саму пленку без дополнительных каких-то там опций. Ну и все, то есть обычный тоненький картон, но не меньше, главное, вот одного там вот этих 0,7 миллиметра, потому что иначе она будет слишком мягкая и не практично, ее будет раздувать постоянно от влажности.
So about paper for the packaging, they use slightly laminated paper with thickness 0.7 millimeters. In this packaging, you will be able to store your eclairs nicely. It will not change the shape, I mean the box, and yeah, so it's the best type of packaging to keep your eclair fresh, and like this you can easily have different prints. You can print anything on this type of paper. It's not too shiny, it's not too thick, it's not too thin, so this is something in the middle. So this is what he used for his packaging. So I see some more questions. This person Protein T64, thank you for special prize because I wanted to join for a long time. Joined just now, looking forward to studying. Do you use milk or combination of water milk? Already replied these questions. How to prevent eclair from cracking? Already replied this question. Where can you buy the molds? Depending which mold, and you can do your own actually. Let me check few more questions. Will this video get saved? I'm not sure, but we will check. If it will be possible, then we will save this video. Also, can you do both, Jessica? No, okay. Let me check. You don't sell the book alone. So no, actually we don't sell the book alone, just because the book will not help you, because it works together. So video lessons from the course work with the book. That's why it's better to watch the video, follow the book. Like this, we're sure in your results. As we told you, if you buy any book, so we can find many of them on internet, book will never work as it is because it's more about visual process. And if you just see the recipe, you will never get perfect eclairs. So that's why we don't sell the book only. So we have book, we have online course, we have videos. So everything we have together. На какой температуре мы добавляем яйца в заварное тесто?
По поводу ввода яйца в заварное тесто, это очень такой большой вопрос, потому что все зависит от того, какая у вас рецептура теста. Если мы говорим о нашей рецептуре, которую мы используем, то при большом замесе, это именно 40 килограмм, то мы вводим яйцо после 1,5 минут когда тесто остужается, это примерно где-то 70 с копейками градусов, не больше. И все, ничего не подваривается, все хорошо замешивается. То есть это обусловлено тем, что мы не сушим дополнительно наше тесто. И мука достаточно приемиста для того, чтобы не брать больше, либо не брать меньше того количества жидкости, которое необходимо. Если мы говорим о малых объемах, то я бы рекомендовал при технологии без сушки добавлять практически сразу, после 15 секунд остужения теста на минимальной скорости.
So at what temperature do we add eggs into the choux pastry? As he told for his recipe, he added at approximately 70 degrees, more or less. And yeah, so at this temperature, he add the eggs, they mix, and so everything is perfect. So the answer is more or less 70 degrees approximately, but pay attention, he said for his recipe. So if you're using other recipes, maybe there you should use a lower temperature. I'm not sure about higher, but maybe lower. So for his recipes, he added at approximately 70 degrees, more or less. What about vegan, gluten-free? Делал ли ты когда-нибудь... So I see the questions. What about vegan, gluten-free options for choux pastries? Делал ли ты когда-нибудь рецепты веганские или какие-то безглютеновые, да?
Это только по эклеру, да? Заварное тесто?
Ну да, заварное тесто.
Заварное тесто делалось безглютеновое. Мы замещали пшеничную муку полностью на рисовую, не меняя ничего. То есть и получалось все отлично. По поводу вегетарианских эклеров в практике не было, но в принципе теоретически все можно сделать, заменив обычную молоко на альтернативное. Первое. И также можно снизить количество сахара. Но если мы говорим конкретно о молоке, то в принципе можно убрать и яйцо. Надо пробовать, но в принципе завариваю тесто даже и на растительном масле. Поэтому можно в принципе сделать все. Ну, из практики только был безглютеновый. Меняем на рисовую муку. Она оптимально подходит по значениям для заварки теста. И то есть, в принципе, все работает.
So about vegan and gluten-free options. Let's talk about gluten-free first of all. So what do we need to do if we would like to have a gluten-free option? We need to change the flour. And that's it. As soon as we change the flour, в gluten-free мы что-нибудь кроме муки меняем? Молоко или еще что-то там только на воде делаем?
Абсолютно ничего не меняется. Единственное, надо учитывать, что рисовая мука, она тоже делится на категории. И есть общераспространенное такое, вернее, чаще всего встречается мука, грубо говоря, цельнозерновая, рисовая. То есть она более грубого помола. Ее следует использовать. Если вы возьмете рисовую муку, условно, высшего сорта, как говорится, то у вас будет прям как клейстер. Для мотти хорошо подойдет это тесто, но не для эклера.
So about gluten-free, we take rice flour, we switch normal flour to rice flour, and pay attention when you choose rice flour. you need to use, let's say, not very fine flour. Otherwise, it will be something like a glue, which we use for Japanese dessert. So you need to do some tests and try to, let's say, find different rice flours and then choose the best option. And that's it. So if we're taking vegan recipe, if we're talking about vegan recipe, what you need to take, you need to switch, of course, milk. You need to change the eggs for something else. So for example, milk, we can use water only. So about flour, if we have for example, gluten-free recipe, then we need to choose rice flour. If for example, you are okay with gluten, you can use normal pastry flour. And that's it. So depending what final result you would like to get, then, and depending what ingredients you have in your local market, then you need to, how to say, yeah, you need to test and adapt your own recipes, because options like vegan or gluten-free. Gluten-free, this is something, let's say, more simple. But if we're talking about vegan options, this is always quite difficult story, because we live in different countries and it's a bit more difficult to find ingredients for vegan options. That's why probably the recipe will always be different. And for example, oil, if we're talking about butter that we use for choux pastry, vegan option is going to be probably with oil. But also depends which oil you would like to use. Maybe you would like to use hazelnut oil or grapeseed oil or just normal oil. So that's why vegan, it's a bit more difficult, and the recipe, so depends on which ingredients you have for your local market. Then you adapt this recipe and you do some tests. So for the moment, I don't see any, let's say, additional questions, because I still see the same questions about flour and milk, water, and all things that we already discussed before. So let's finish for now, for today. And that's it. So thank you for visiting this class. If you will have any questions about the course, you can send us email. So you can visit our website and send us email from there. Yeah, you can also contact us in WhatsApp. So thank you for visiting. If you will still any questions, just contact us and we will reply. And that's it. So thank you very much. Now we're going to finish and see you soon. So how to get your bonuses that went out before, how to get PDF files with food cost calculation, and also free lesson from online course Flashland. We will send them by email. So for those who visited this class, we sent this file by email. You will receive them tomorrow, and that's it. So there you will find all contact information, all information about the class, and yes, so feel free to contact us. Thank you very much. I hope that this class was useful for you, and now it will be easier to organize your production. So I see things very useful. Thank you so much. Yes, and follow us on Instagram, so you can see our Instagram, our YouTube, and our website. Yeah, visit. And so bye-bye. Let me just wait 30 more seconds and then I will stop translation. So I will let you to send bye and thank you, and then I'll stop it. Just few more seconds. Так, ну все, получается, на этом все. Можем сказать всем до свидания в камеру и будем заканчивать.
Так, ну все, всем спасибо за то, что участвовали в классе. Надеюсь, что все у вас получится. Будут вопросы, обязательно пишите, обращайтесь. Мы максимально поможем. Все, всем до свидания, спасибо.
So finally, bye, thank you. He told the same as so the same things as I told. Now we are going to stop stop translation. So see you soon. Bye. Завершить.